Felicitations, my family of fledglings. And ghosts, it's so good to unsee you as well. Welcome to another time zone with yours truly, disruptor professional, Damien Hallmay. Yes, both E's are pronounced. Hi and welcome. Some changes and updates to talk about. Things that you need to know or wanted to know or DM'd me about or I read about in comments or what, just things. The thing the first, at the very end of the Myst 5 stream, somebody mentioned either because they knew and they wanted to like goad me in the right direction, or they didn't know and they took a pretty cool guess that helped me out dramatically. Somebody mentioned that there are tablets that you can maybe click on and the tablet becomes interactive in the game. Apparently that's a huge Myst 5 gameplay component, and I missed it for most of last... Myst games. I missed it for most of last Myst stream. That happened. That was a real thing that happened. Yes. So now maybe we'll get some forward progress in the game a little bit better. We'll see. We'll see how that works. We'll see how that goes and works at the same time. And I made a new word called gwerks. I know, but I have one of those. Where is that? Oh, poop. Man, if only I was faster at... There it is. I do not do like soundboard stuff. Also, Myst 5 does not have beautiful music. So when I'm talking to you in this scene, where I usually have game music going on in the background that's like a precursor to what's happening in the stream later on, there's like no music. I have the game turned all the way up, and there's like bats and ambient wind and critters, and there's no like real music to speak of. Not in the area that I'm in right now, so whoops, there's no like background ambiance for me. Bummer. Other things. I am no longer streaming on the Twitch 2K beta. I was invited in the beta. I was streaming on 2K. Twitch looked better than ever. And YouTube gets an upgrade too, because they will take whatever resolution I do on Twitch and they'll run with it. I can go all the way up to 4K on YouTube, I think, but Twitch is limited, so I usually just let Twitch define what I do. When I stream in 2K, it kills my Kick stream. For all of my 50 followers on Kick, I downgraded back to 1080p for two reasons. One, so that Kick viewers didn't lose a stream, because I recognize you. I see that you're watching. I see the number. I view the analytics. I know you're there. I'm not trying to disenfranchise you or minimize you because you're not Twitch or YouTube. You matter. And so I've downgraded in large part to get the Kick stream going again. And also because this camera that I'm currently using right now only works in 1080p. It goes up to 4K. I tell you, it does not work in 4K. I've tried it in internal tests. It don't work. One day we'll get a 4K capable regular webcam sort of thing, but this one ain't it. This was like height of the pandemic camera, and that was not a 4K camera. And also I didn't have the budget back then for 4K. So we've downgraded, and also there's an earthquake happening in Myst 5. That's why you hear that sound. Also, Myst 5 is not a 4K or even 2K ready game. It is an old game. Apparently Myst 5 might have been made for an older time, and so some of the graphics are kind of like you know, might have been in development for a while, so not even like graphics for the era that it was released in, but I mean, still prettier than the last couple Myst games, I think, in some regards, so I appreciate that. Bats, yes, I'm a huge fan of bats, so the fact that there's bat ambiance in this game makes me happy. We have a bat house. We're trying to figure out exactly how to install it. We were gonna install it on a tree, but then I read a bunch of counter advice to not put it on a tree because it could lead other critters into predating on the bats, and we don't want that happening. So I think we're gonna affix it to the house. There's like one place we can put it on the house, and it does create some issues because it's right around where we've started a garden. But I mean, bat guano and garden are good, but humans handling the plants that are like near bat guano is maybe not healthy, not maybe a great idea. So we have to have some talks before we exactly know what we're going to do with the bats. And I just really want the bat house. I really do want the bat house. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Well, I want the bat house up, period. But exactly where is that's up for debate. Listen to them, the children of the night, what music they make. Is that a quote? It sounds so poetic. I like it. Yay, Miss Time. Hi, Sierra. How you doing? What's good in your hood? Oh my god, I want to have a bat house, but I have no good place to put one. We have a place to put one if you completely ignore that we just started a garden underneath the very place where it would go, which means guano would fall onto the plants, which is good, but humans also need to take care of these plants, weeding them, you know, helping them up their trellises and cages and stuff, and weeding and all the stuff that you do in a garden, and it's not healthy to do so when surrounded by guano. We have a shared green space in my area, though, so I'm trying to get my HOA to put one up. Oh, hell yeah. Although HOAs are usually pretty awful. I hope yours is a good one. Just to say that HOAs can often abuse power and really be deleterious to the residents' experience does not mean that that's consistent. Some HOAs, I think, do good stuff and listen to their residents. Yeah. The only place on the house with enough sun is the front, and it'd be disturbed every time we open the garage. Yeah, that would be a little bit annoying. I asked somebody about, because the best place for us is, it's on the side that faces our neighbor, and our neighbors keep their light above their garage open at all. Open. God, I'm such a Mandarin speaker. They keep their light turned on. That would be the English way to say it, right? Holy crap. They have like a security light turned on above their garage, and it's very bright. And Oz was like, we can't put a bat house facing their garage because it's going to be bright all the time. But we talked to an expert in bats who actually worked at Disney World and managed, they have bat houses there. I don't know if they're for education purposes or if it's like not client facing, visitor facing, or if it's like back of the house sort of stuff to like kill the mosquito population or whatever. But he was like a resident Disney bat expert. And he's like, oh yeah, don't worry about the bright lights, because if you have a bat house, they're going to be hiding in the dark. And so when they come out, if there's a bright light, that doesn't really affect them, just as long as they can roost inside of a dark place when it's time to go to sleep, right? Yeah. It's warm and sunny here in Portland today, about 77. Well, that sounds really nice. We were, if you're using Fahrenheit, me and the kiddos, we've been talking about the difference between metric measurements and what they use, the freedom units in this country. So they know a little bit about freedom units, but I'm trying to really emphasize it at an early age. Like, hey, there's a universal, or not universal, but there's like a scientific standard, and you should really learn that one first and then adapt to the fact that we live in a country that uses a shitty, weird version. But if you use that shitty, weird version here, we're in the upper 90s right now, and it's only late June, which makes me so concerned for how July and August are going to go. If it's so hot now, I feel like I'm just going to be a puddle for the next 2 months, because I'm a wuss when it comes to heat. I have Finnish heritage. I personally never lived in Finland. Hello, Stuart. Welcome. Never lived in Finland, but I feel like my genes scream go back to Finland and live in frozen swamplands. Because you're Finnish and everything. You knew. Don't lie. Yeah. So 77 sounds a lot nicer to me. My HOA is actually great. Oh, I like that. It just exists to maintain that space, and the president of the HOA is an old lady with blue hair and anime tattoos. You've scored the jackpot. That's amazing. That is a good HOA. If you're gonna pay dues for the rest of your time there, that is a good infrastructure. I hope that old lady lives a long life and keeps the badassery going on. New dream job, Bat House manager at Disney, right? Wouldn't that be fun? I mean, I don't know about working for the evil empire. Disney has some questionable labor practices, but I do hear that if you're not like a grunt, if you're not like food service, customer, client relations, guest services, that sort of thing, like you're out in the parks beating your feet on the ground, sort of out in the thick of it at their theme parks. Everything that's like higher up is actually, they treat you pretty well, as I understand it, but I don't know. Yeah. Okay, tonight we're playing more Myst 5. We have discovered one age. We're deep in that age, but I said at the very end of the stream, we're gonna go back, just backtrack a little bit, and go to the Nexus area where it looks like there's 3 different ages to unlock, and we're gonna open up the bridges that we can open at this time. I felt like there was more to say. Oh, first of all, Instagram's like completely frozen. Hello? Are you actually working right now or what? What is happening to Instagram? Are you okay? Good, it's live streaming. I forgot. There's other stuff I wanted to say as like preamble. The lights changed. Since the last stream, the lights changed. That is in part due to some deeper conversations that we've been having as far as like branding, imaging, visual draw. I am trying in the next like the rest of this year, because we're like at the halfway point, the rest of this year to start sprinting toward some more growth goals. And I will tell you, if you're like a long-standing fan or follower of my work so far, that does mean that I am going to do things that are somewhat antithetical to just hanging out with you guys and like talking about deep conversations and being chill and playing some games here and there. It does mean some shilling for money. And so there will be some just aesthetic differences, some possibly like partnerships or sponsor reads down the line. I will try to make everything as authentically me as possible, like not shill for any company that I don't personally appreciate. If I find out something about a company that I've shilled for that's really bad, I will stop and not do that anymore. Just and doing things that all of the content creator business model stuff out there teaches, like these are the ways to actually pay your bills doing this. So it might mean some changes. It might look a little bit icky, corporate, capitalist, but I do have the intent that if we are paying bills, if we are managing this household, if the kiddos have clothes on their back and food in their bellies, then I will back off of that side of things, because I'm not trying to like grow to wealth. I'm just trying to grow to sustainability. And my authenticity and vulnerability and direct truth of who I am and what I stand for matter more to me than shilling for a buck, as long as my sustainability and my survivability are met first. So will I shill to protect this household? Yes. Once the household's done and taken care of, and that metric is met, will I continue to be like, you know, a big shill and a big, I don't know, fako capitalist pig? No, I won't. I actually will not. Because we're built on a different, what's the word I'm looking for? Different philosophy, different core mechanic, right? I've been researching a lot of content creators, some of which are willing to let go of their core values to grow, and some of which hold on to their core values dearly and will not let themselves do anything that would compromise those values. And holding very tight to your values can mean you do not make sustainable money, even years into being a full-time content creator. I'm only doing this as a third job. Like I put more time into 2 other jobs than this one, and we're doing pretty good. But if I go full-time into content creation, I don't think I could hold on to my values and virtues at the risk of putting my kids and Oz in peril for that challenge, just because I have, you know, certain morals I will not stray from. I will stray from certain morals to guarantee their survival. And then above that, if people feel like they've really got the marketing down and they want to like go further down the rabbit hole and get really, really good at shilling for money and creating side channels and making all these hustles and raking in as much dough as possible, that's also where I disconnect. I disconnect from people who put their families at risk because they hold true to their virtues too much. And I also disconnect from people who lose sight of why they're doing this. For me, I'm doing this with a core philosophy in mind. I will put the philosophy aside to gain success. Once I've gained enough success, I'll bring the core philosophy back and put the brakes on success. Or maybe, you know, maybe my core philosophies will guarantee their own success. Who knows? Maybe I won't have to shill that long. But I won't keep with the shill. I'll have to put it aside at some point because I'm doing this guided by the principle of we are all manipulated. We are all forced into a world where we disconnect and decompress our brains. We stop thinking once we're off the clock. We put all of our effort and energies into somebody else's business. And then we have little left for ourselves to grow and expand. No lifelong learning, no development, no questioning, no optimization of one's life, no progress. And I want to develop that out in us, in me, in you. And that will necessarily come back into the mix, especially once the basic needs are met. I cannot leave that philosophy on the back burner after that point. That said, I changed some lighting because I got some feedback that said this lighting will grab people better than where I was going with lighting, which was a little bit hostile to the eyes. I'll continue to tweak the branding and visual imaging and all that sort of stuff as I have budget to do so. And I feel like there are a few other things I wanted to mention. Oh, I'm wearing the same shirt as I was on the last stream. And if you haven't heard this already, because not everybody has seen me for as many years as some of you have, I do wear the same clothes on multiple stream nights. And this is because I have a wardrobe of all identical shirts. No, I'm just kidding. I do not do the Zuckerberg or Michael Jackson or whatever. It's like 100 of the same outfit, so I don't have to decide. Or Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs was famous for this too, right? The black turtleneck and the jeans, like every single day for everything. so you don't have to worry about what you're choosing. For me, I'm not a nudist, but I live in a hot climate, and I am a non-appreciative of hot climates person. I really like cold. I love layering. I love wearing three-piece suits and layers and looking dapper. And dapper always means extra clothes on top of other clothes. And I just live in a place where that's really not possible. So most of my days, when I'm not out doing errands and I'm not working in the yard, if I can be in my own house, making food, cleaning up, tidying, whatever, I will wear minimal clothes at best. And so shirts and pants sometimes last for multiple days because I only put them on when I'm going to be in front of a camera or driving somewhere to pick something up or buy something, and so I don't wear through clothes as fast as other people do. I'm really sensitive to smell, so I don't wear a shirt if this one smells okay. I don't wear a shirt if it starts to smell very otaku or sweaty, passive sweat, active sweat, whatever. If something really smells like, oh, I've lived in it, I'm done. So you'll never see me wear a shirt 2 times in a stream or 2 times in 2 different streams if I've really worked hard wearing that outfit. If it starts to get ripe, I very sensitive to personal hygiene, to smell. I take a lot of showers and keep myself to a certain standard. Yeah, especially smell wise. Also, I think because we have little kids and little kids are like, they're natural wrestlers, they're natural cuddlers. They like to tickle and be tickled, and they're much more close in your like personal space. They don't know bubbles or tact like older kids do. So I always want to be a certain like smell for the kids. So if I like started to smell stale or gross because I was wearing like the same stuff or didn't shower well or was just like, I don't know, ripe or stale, I don't think the kids would appreciate that very much. And so I try to keep a hygiene standard for them. Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys, anybody who has kids, do you feel the same way? Because I feel like smell is associated with memory. And so I always try to smell like clean and have like certain products on me. And it creates like a certain smell personality or smell memory that they have of me in their life. Something like that. Yeah. I feel like there was more stuff to say, but no, I can't remember. I'm wearing glasses tonight because I came to the end of my contacts cycle, and I was like, okay, it's time to open up a new pair of contacts. And then I went on a snack run and a special drink run for Oz tonight to hook her up. I'm currently doing like a loose rules fasting right now, so I can get like special drinks for me. But I got special drinks for Oz and special foods and snacks and all that kind of stuff. And I just didn't have time to like open up and start up a new pair of contacts. I know it's only like a couple minutes, but I decided I didn't want to do it. So yeah, my last contacts just expired, and I was supposed to start on a new pair, and I was just like, I don't have time. I got to set up like the whole backdrop and get ready for the stream and all that sort of thing. So let's do that instead. And so glasses were a thing. Oh, also treadmill streaming. I haven't treadmill streamed in a long time. And I said at the beginning of 2025, I really want to be on the treadmill more often. So I'm walking. I'm also trying to change my pronunciation of the word often. I usually pronounce the T, and apparently that's never correct pronunciation of the word often. So I don't know where I learned to pronounce the T. I'm just dumb, or I learned it from family members that pronounced it to try to sound smarter than they are. And the T in often is never pronounced, apparently. Like soften, you never pronounce the T in that word either. And they're practically spelled the same way. So English is fun. I promised to be on treadmill more because the treadmill streams apparently were not distracting to you guys. Just a minor head bob for me. and it seemed to work out pretty well. And I get like a little more activity and steps in, that sort of thing. So I am more active, and I'm leaning toward a better health version of me, of myself. And then like most of the weeks I have not been going back to the treadmill, and that's because once I dedicated myself to I need to be more active, I found ways to do it more and more in my off-stream life. And then by the time I start stream, which is usually late at night for me, I was too tired to like do anything or like actually do the treadmill walking. And today's one of those cases. We did shopping at Home Depot for some supplies for our garden that's on the side of the house, which is where the bat house should be placed, but it's currently not because we're nervous about putting the bats right over the garden that the kids have to tend to, and there might be health hazards to being around bat guano while dealing with curating those plants' health. And so anyway, we're at Home Depot, and Oz and the Little decide that they are going to be monster bait, and me and the Tiny decide that we're going to be monsters. Well, the monsters are going to go chase after the monster bait, and we ran around the store pushing a heavy cart, chasing after the monster bait and searching all over the entire store for them while they tried to play like an interesting game of chase and capture and hide and seek sort of thing for probably like 15 to 20 minutes. Like we played and played and played and played, and that was a lot of running on hard concrete floors in a Home Depot. I don't want to do the treadmill walking tonight. And it turns out that the more, or once I committed to 2025 being much more treadmill walking, it seems like almost every stream night I've found ways to be active, proactive, productive physically in my daytime hours, so that by the time I get to stream, I really do just want to sit, because I actually have been so active. Whereas the past couple of years, I feel like that's not been the case, and has led to some lethargy, weight gain problems, other health problems that were really deleterious. And this year, I feel like things are going much more in a positive direction. Yeah. All right. I think that roughly covers just about everything I wanted to talk about. Jay, hi and welcome. It's good to see you. Give me like 30 seconds. I'm going to take a quick bio break. We're going to start in some Myst 5. And we're going to actually play this game tonight, I promise. And I will stay up a little bit later because I started so much later. So don't worry about like, oh, D started later, so it's going to be a shorter stream. I'll try to hold to the stream amount that I usually do on Saturdays. I know I started really late. But let me take a quick bio break, and I'll be back with you in just a skosh. Yeah? Okay. Bye. Let's draw a ween. Let's draw a ween. Oh, yeah. And go. Oh, didn't do it. What did these do? Absolutely nothing.
I would describe it, but you're streaming.
Understood.
But it's basically me enveloping his cock in my mouth. That's it.
Well done.
That's a lovely dream.
It's not around anymore, and I am your ghost host with the most, Damien Halme. Welcome. I'm a variety streamer, disruptor of the status quo, and reprogrammer of your mind. Breaker of your ruts. Filler? I fill your ruts? Oh no, let's not. Let's not say that one. Falling ideas out here.
Touched my guitar, now my hand is sticky.
What were you doing with your?
Why is your guitar sticky?
I thought it was a dream. I didn't know. I only do that in dreams. I don't know what happened.
Wait, can you talk to inanimate objects?
There is no reply. The palm trees whisper in the slight breeze.
It's not around anymore, and I am your ghost host with the most, Damien Halme. Welcome. I'm a variety streamer, disruptor of the status quo, and reprogrammer of your mind. Breaker of your ruts. Filler? I fill your ruts. Oh no, let's not. Let's not say that one. If I had a splinter and it also sucked my butt, I would have difficulty getting rid of it. Okay, this part's gross. Look at this. Who designed this? First of all, there's drips coming through that part of the ceiling. And second of all, this water has nowhere to go. This is just going to pool up. This is good. Oh, man. Right in front of my Christian OSHA handbook. Gaineman Ethan. Right in front of my Christian OSHA handbook. Lovely. Okay. What were we doing? We were going up an elevator. I hope this is up. If this is down, I screwed up. I'm sorry, guys. Down. Oh no, that's down. Oh no. Oh, and oh god, the music. Why is the music so loud? It's because I turned it up to hear the bats. I screwed up, you guys. I screwed up. I'm sorry. I must have gone up at the end of the last stream, and I totally forgot. And I was like, oh, let's pull the lever. That's definitely gonna bring us higher up. We're not going higher up. We're going back to where we literally just were. Why is the music so epic? I was confused about this last time too. I was so confused, like, cause here's the thing. It's just an elevator. When you go back up, not epic. What is it about just going down an elevator? Loving an elevator. Is anybody an Aerosmith fan around here? It just seems super weird. Oh, hello? What is it? How do I see my tablet that I am holding while watching the elevator that's lifting me? That's a problem. Okay, well now I'm back in my own body. Whoever was like floating, watching me in third person, having an out-of-body experience. Okay, so the thing of it is that I came into this room from an area where I'm able to access the Nexus area with the bridges. And I entered that area and I didn't unlock the bridges like you're supposed to. So now I'm on a hunt to go back to that same area, but I can't remember how I found it exactly. Was it in here? What is this empty plinth for? I feel like something needs to go there. Yeah. So I think this is it. This is one of the ways to go in. I think this might be the first one we found. And when I was in here, did not open the gates. Yes, that is correct. Because I came over here, I tried to push through. I was like, oh, yeah, you can't get through here. And I think I even tried clicking on the gate. That does not work. This is not how you open these gates. As a matter of fact, you have to click on this little dealie over here. And it is the little blue button there. That opens it. And you know what? Now this way is clear. Now this way is clear. And that leads to the age that we were just in at the end of the last stream. This should also be opened while we're here, because otherwise we'll have to backtrack and do this again. This is the only time I can open this. And this leads to a blocked gate. And that leads to a blocked gate over there. But we need to open it on this side now, you know, being here, because these are shortcuts. These lead me through the ages faster. Now, how do we get to that age? I don't know. I don't know. Actually, I have a theory. Before we enter this age and continue doing this world's puzzle, because I think we're basically at the last step, and now that we know that the tablet is a tablet, I think we can do it. We are going to go back to this. Hello, Akumu. Hi, aren't you back from vacay? You guys did an epic vacation, right? Oh, maybe it's not that way. Maybe it is this way. Thank you for giving me those chills. Actually, here's the thing. Every time you say chills and the wolf howls, you might think, oh, by now, D is like desensitized. You see what I did there? Desensitized to like the wolves and the whole intro. I've heard it like literally every time you join the stream. So how could I possibly... Wait, hello?
Oh! How could this be?
Oh, we saw this already.
On their backs, this fallen empire was built.
This is Yisha? Or who?
Such abuse of power. I think they even deluded themselves into believing their own lies.
So weird.
To the point of
Yeah,
ill.
can we just walk away?
It makes me pleased that they are dead.
Can we just walk away from that? Yeah. But surprisingly, or maybe not, if you think about how I am with wolves and just the general vibe that you give with your intro, it still does give me the chills every time. I really enjoy your intro. You have a great intro. One of my faves. I am back and I feel some ick. Oh no. Is it like when you vacay too hard and you kind of come home and you're like, oh, I think I might have caught something? Speaking of great intros. Hi, Trella. Heroes. Likely due to the heat and lack of good sleep. Yeah. I never sleep well on vacations, even if the bed is like super comfy, because it's not my bed. I feel like let me turn down this epic music. I don't know why this elevator ride has to be so epic. Yeah, I feel like I don't sleep well on vacations, but I'm gonna give it a few days and see if it lets up. I think getting some sleep in your own bed, getting your like usual food and routine going on and everything, you'll feel different, and maybe you'll come out of what's starting to feel like an ick or a sickness. Yeah, sometimes I come home from vacations or holidays or whatever, and I feel like I'm gonna actually get bringing that ancient and magical and powerful civilization back after it dies. And guess what? Dini died. It's like an empty and dead civilization. So Yisha does feel like she was manifested or birthed into an existence where she becomes the grower to bring back this civilization. And yet she denies the power of this tablet that we're holding right now, because this thing is too powerful and she feels like it would be corrupting. And so the one thing that she wants to grab to make her have the power to do her prophesied work, for some reason, and she doesn't say why, she will not use this. She wants us, the player, to use it. So I don't know why. That's all part of the mystery for now. Yeah. But still, I figured I'd pop in for a quick hi before I go to bed and pass the fuck up. I've been up since 3:30 a.m. What the what? Akumu, get some sleep. Holy crap. Had only a couple short spontaneous naps, so I'm dead tired. Oh, wow. Yeah. Insane. Looks like we're playing Follow the Akumu. Wait, what? You followed Akumu. Wait, fangirl, what do you mean followed Akumu? Hopefully you're not also sleep depriving. Munish, hi and welcome. I wish self-care wasn't on a timer. There's a reason why it is. And the reason why it is, also I forgot, I like drank. Or did I drink? I forget. Let me drink again. Oh, you guys followed over here from Oz's stream, because she started before me. We were both like, all right, the girls are finally in bed. They're asleep. They're not asleep, but they're like winding down. And she's like, I'm going to start streaming. I'm like, I'm going to go to the store because I promised her edamame. And then yesterday I didn't go and get it. And I was like, oh, crap. I do owe you some edamame. And I was like, you know what? Since I'm already out, I'm going to go get her some other like special stuff. So I got Oz some spoiling Oz treats because she is a snack goblin. And I just wanted to like spoil her. So I did like an extra run, and that meant I started stream like way late because I was, you know, running around going like, oh, what's like the best snack goblin-y thing for tonight? And I just took some random guesses. I hope there's stuff that she likes. If you're coming from her stream, let me know if she actually commented on like, ooh, D got me exactly what I wanted, or if she it wasn't that big of a deal. I took some guesses. Yeah. But the reason why I put self-care on a timer is because one night, Simbatha and like 20 to 30 raiders came in, and they all tried to drown me with a hydration check. And I was like, oh, holy crap. And I actually I tried to honor everybody. So I was like, okay, let me count the hydrations. Let me figure out how many sips that would be, and like how many seconds of me like persistently drinking that would be. I almost made myself sick. I almost made myself throw up on stream because I drank so much water in one go. I was like, you know what? I should probably put like timers on how often you can get me to do the hydrations, the stretches, the whole shebang. Yeah. Oh, you went back and figured out the tablet mechanic? No, I did not. And I either Semtodic, who, you know, friend of stream, great support, one of the mods, either Sam knows this game and he's like, oh man, you know what, D really needs some extra support here because he's spent like 4 hours plus not knowing how to like touch the tablet in the corner, or he did not know and just took a guess and he's like, can you actually access that thing in the corner of your screen? I was like, I don't think so, but I'll try. Either way, if he was informed or uninformed, I give all credit to somebody else for acknowledging that thing down there is accessible. And I was talking with Oz about it today, and I was like, you know what, this happens in a bunch of Myst games. The mechanic for Myst games is often beyond my ken. And this started with the very first Myst. I remember the puzzle. It was really the clock puzzle was, well, actually the map on the library room wall was the first time I recognized this, but the clock puzzle as well. The very first Myst had discovery elements where if you moused over something, you would see that maybe it was interactive, and maybe if you left clicked on that, it would do something for you. Well, as soon as a game, in my opinion, does something upon left click, you're done. You've discovered what that thing does. But in Myst 1, some things were hidden behind left click and hold. Not that it's left click and hold only. Like if I walked up to this lever and I hit left click and it moved, I'm done. If I held left click, or if I tapped left click and it didn't move, I know in my brain I'm not done. That I need to maybe like hold and drag, and then it would work. But imagine, because this happened at least twice in Myst 1, there is a click and it does one thing. There's a click and hold and drag and it does another thing. That happened in Myst 1 in a couple places. That means that after I learn what the click mechanic is, there's another mechanic waiting for me that I don't know to look for, because I've already discovered the left click mechanic. And some people have argued that I'm not playing with the user manuals, and that's a big hindrance on me because old games require user manuals. And some people have also said that older games did rely on people knowing like a different way to communicate with computers. Like clicking and holding was more of a regular mechanic in older machines and older operating systems than it is today. I grant space for both as being the case. Now in this game, the problem with me using free movement instead of like having a free cursor that's always moving around this way is in free movement, I move something to the center of my screen and that becomes the clickable space, right? Just like a first person shooter. If you're trying to like shoot somebody, you put your target in the middle of the screen and you click, 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 and then they die, right? That's the point of first person shooters. Whatever's in the middle of your screen is your engageable material. Cyberpunk, great example. Even when you're not shooting, you want to use an elevator, you click on the button for the elevator to go up by moving your cursor so that the buttons in the middle of the screen, you click on it. So anything that's on the peripherals of the screen are generally considered peripheral information. For first-person shooters, which is the majority of what I played for a long time in my life, before I ever, I never played puzzle games growing up. Puzzle games are new to me as of being a streamer, that new. When I see something in the corner of my screen that looks like I'm holding it, I think that is non-interactive. It's there for immersion. Like when you're playing a first-person shooter, you're holding a gun. In many first-person shooters, you see the gun at the bottom of your screen. Do you click on it? Do you interact with it? Do you have to press a button on the gun to reload? No, it's just down there so you feel like you're looking out of the eyes of your character. So in this game, when I looked down and I saw I'm holding a tablet, I was like, yeah, I'm holding a tablet. I'm going to find a place to put this because it's part of a puzzle or something. So I'm holding it so I can place it somewhere. Not that I could actually move my cursor in free motion, go down here, click on it, and make it move up the screen. This is not first-person shooter mentality. You'd never bring your gun up into the middle of the screen to engage with it. And if I had the manual, maybe I would know to do that. Also, when you get to this free move space where you can move your cursor and not your body, you can also move up here to the corner, and there's UI elements hiding here. You know how you find out that there's UI elements hiding up here? The user manual. Oz looked it up. She looked up the user manual for this game. And it tells you, upper right corner, go to free look, or free cursor mode if you're in free movement. Otherwise, you can do this at any point in the game if you're using one of the other interface modes, and just move your cursor up there, and these little hidden elements come down from the top right. And that's new to Myst 5. None of the other Mysts have stuff up here. How would I know? How would I know? Unless I had read the manual, right? We also don't want to send you to the bathroom a bunch. I appreciate that. My clip shows are funny and all, but, you know, I prefer to be live with you guys and engaged with you. Yeah, if you skip the first stage, you wouldn't know how to do it. First stage. First of all, or maybe not first of all, but I will say there's no age counter in this game. So if you think there's a first stage, if Cyan thinks there's a first age, nobody made it clear to me. I went to the age that I discovered first, and that's the one that I consider first in my book. If there's a different first age in other people's opinions, the game did not make that clear. There's no number system. If there's a number system, like I enter that world where I'm on that tall pedestal with the spiral that goes up to the top, and there's the wire zip lines to other ages, and when I entered that realm, a big Roman numeral 1 slid across my vision so I could see first age, then I would know. But this game doesn't do that, so I think that all that kind of stuff is like lore or myth or lore to the game and not actually endemic to the game. They led you to the ice world first on purpose. In this game or in a different game? I don't know which. I don't think I'm in an ice world, am I? It was a genuine question. I swear I never actually played this Myst. Oh, good. I appreciate that. You know, like people who drop in and give soft hints, that's fine. And I do like soft hinting, especially when I feel like I'm looping a lot. But the fact that you randomly thought something up that helped me get over a significant hump in how to play this game is very meaningful. I appreciate that, Sam. I'm off to bed. Have fun, as is tradition. Don't die. Luckily, in this game, I can't. So I will just put it back on you, Akumu. Don't die in your sleep. This filter is dying. I can taste the tap water. Not good. Not terrific. I played 5 last year, and at the time, I thought I'd never played it before. But I knew everything already, so I must have. Oh, yeah, definitely. It was probably hiding in your lizard brain, right? There is, but only if you can read Denis numbers. Oh, I at least know the number 1, but I don't remember seeing the number system when I went into the age that we just went into. Okay, you see this? Look. I left click, nothing. This is what Myst 1 should have done. If there's a way to move a lever and you just left click and it doesn't work, that's an answer. Hold, drag. Oh, really? Hello? There it is. There's the drag. I was just trying to drag it forward and it wasn't working. Whoa! Oh, I think that was the counterweight. I was like, something fell really, really fast. Yeah, okay. So this elevator has a counterweight. What I'm doing right now, I'm not really trying to get to a new age besides the one that I've already unlocked. Look at that. That's so weird, right? We're in an external camera to the elevator, but I still see the stupid tablet in my hand like I am now officially floating above the elevator. They really did not stress test this game well enough. I feel like that's the one fault of Myst games. These are games where, because of the cognitive gymnastics they ask you to take on, they really do push you to think like they do a little bit. And that would be helped if they just had a broader test base of people that argued. And I was like, hey, you know, this really doesn't look good here, or I really didn't understand this very well, or I thought it was this and then it wasn't. That's kind of confusing, right? You like misled me with your puzzle design or whatever, and then they change based on the information that you give. That would make a lot of sense. But I feel like the Myst games very much feel like Cyan's developers got away with their first thoughts, their first ideas, and then they were done. And nobody contested those thoughts. The thoughts were just stuck that way. There's an up and a down. I kind of want to check up real quick first and see. No, it's not trapped. Here I saw this gate, and I was like, oh, you can't go up any higher, but you can. Oh, okay. They do stop you pretty fast. And there's no, like, dropping down. Yeah, I feel like if they stress tested the game more, you'd absolutely have a better, more streamlined product that felt like it was a collaboration of minds that all thought in different ways. And so they worked with a wider player base of different mentalities. But when I solve puzzles in this game, sometimes I feel like they're very cryptic. So much so that you have to get in the mentality of actually like one developer. That one developer got their idea across and nobody else agreed, but you know what? They were never contested. And so that idea was locked in. I fixed a bunch of stuff. Kick is now officially taking stream. Oh shit, we're on the Twitch ad. So I apologize if you're watching on Twitch because you're, we'll just pause for a little bit. Those of you who are still watching on other platforms, YouTube's working fine. That's great. Kick is working fine. I had to drop out of the 2K Twitch beta to get Kick to work. I might do some stress testing this next week to see if I can bring 2K back and still get Kick to work. I don't know how to do it right now, but try different things. Trovo's working fine, so that one's working okay. Instagram, I've had issues. I've opened up a health... Oh god, another earthquake. I've opened up a health ticket? Stupid. I've opened up a support ticket for Instagram saying like, hey, my 4-stream window has been broken again. This already happened like twice before since I started streaming on Instagram like about a year ago or so. They just seem to forget that I have a 4-hour window because I am a creator and creators get 4-hour stream windows. They've brought me back down to 1 hour. That 1 hour is almost up on Instagram. So if you're watching on Instagram, you get stuck, you get trapped, go to blah.com/DamienHalme, whether that's Twitch, YouTube, or any, just about any other streaming platform. I stream on Twitch, YouTube, Trovo, and Kick besides on Instagram, and you can watch the rest of the stream there if Instagram still cuts me off at 1 hour. We'll see very soon because I'm at 59 minutes. What's going on? Oh no, hang on. Can I pause?
Stand in awe.
Oh, I cannot pause. Hang on. Pause.
The surface is 3 miles above us.
Shit.
3 miles.
Sorry,
Our
Twitch.
construction is triumphant and tragic. You will not be able to continue downward without providing fresh air to the tunnels. Raise this floor and power the fans. I trust you can discover how.
What does that mean? I mean, I know what it means, but what the heck? That was pretty random. All right, well, everybody who's stuck behind the ad wall on Twitch, now I'm gonna have to catch them up because I couldn't pause the stupid cutscene. I pressed everything to try to like stop that from happening. Freaking rude. Also, Roxanne, hi, welcome back. I'm so glad you've been watching and keeping up. May I ask, just out of curiosity, this is just because I'm conceited. No, I'm not conceited, but I'm curious about understanding like the Kick community a little bit better. Have you been like watching streams for, you know, since you first found me? Or are you like in and out of my content and rather keep up with other people? I'm just curious. I appreciate you being here. I really do. In fact, you're like the first... You're the most wholesome person on all of Kick that I've met so far, and that I really super appreciate that. Okay, let's catch up with everybody who was caught up in the ad break, which super sucks that happened. Where are we? The aesthetics of this game really do look to me more to me like Uru than any other Myst game. The thing is, like, this has the sort of like deadness of Uru, like everything's really desaturated color palette, but it looks sharper. Like Uru also felt really lo-fi, when you got close to the textures, they looked really bad. This game's textures are, you know, not like 2025 texture work, but or like bump mapping or anything or high quality, but they're better than Uru. Everything's better than Uru in this game so far. But not like great. You know what I mean? Pictionary looks strange. Well, you know why I'm doing Pictionary, by the way, is because this, whoops, I set it down on the ground. Damn it. Pick this back up. Pick this back up. You got this tablet down here, and you can draw on it. And I drew this pretty cuneiform thing, which was supposed to work in the last age we were in, and now I can't figure out how to make it work or where it's supposed to go. So I'm just leaving that drawing there until we figure out what the hell we're supposed to do. 5 and Ur were partially developed together and have overlapping elements. We saw that already. Yeah, we started in the area where it's the end of Myst 1, the beginning of 2/Riven. And from that room, you can leave that room and enter the sort of cathedral area. We discovered that in the last Uru stream that we were in. And so I knew where we were in relation between Uru's world and the Myst 1 and 2 worlds. And so Oh boy. Now the middle. It's raised. Look at that. There's a red button. What does it do? What did I do? Am I starting the fans? For those of you that were caught in the Twitch ad break. Oh God. What is... Oh, the floor is moving. And something's spinning. Yeah. So, yeah, for those of you that don't know, we met the male Yusha, I forget his name, your other guide in this world. And he was like, oh, hey, if you want to get lower, if Shoddy got low, then you need to turn on the fans. Because there's like, I don't know, what he insinuated. That there is an H somewhere in Denis. Maybe that apostrophe drops an H and they're really like something like D-U-H-N-I and the apostrophe drops some of those letters because he's saying like ni. Not that long, but you know what I mean. Intentionally an accent. They wanted him to be from a different dialect group for some reason. Yeah, I think that's part of it too. And there's nothing wrong with that as long as you really do some consistent research work there. For example, and I'm going to nerd out on where I first got my teeth into content creation. I started a YouTube channel based on trying to teach people how to speak High Valyrian, or how to at least study High Valyrian. And High Valyrian is language from Game of Thrones and the books of Song of Ice and Fire that the people of the descent of the fallen culture of Valyria speak as sort of like perpetuating the old roots or the old ways. So there's no reason to speak Valyrian. Almost nobody speaks Valyrian anymore, but a few people study it just to differentiate themselves from everyone. But the people that learn it as like their culture have Valyrian blood in them, and they're pale. They have metallic hair, silvery or gold, and they have purpley eyes. Like they're like the high elves of this world, and their place, the Valyrian country or capital or whatever, was basically like ravaged by a great cataclysm. So most of them are gone. What's up, Jam? Dropping some ice and fire and ice lore? Hell yeah, ice and fire. But yes, I am. Because this is where I started as a content creator. If you've watched my old YouTube videos, you know this is where I started. This is like my core that got me like into making videos on YouTube. Some 11 years ago now. So I'm like YouTube elder. You can always tell a YouTube elder if you go visit their channel, and then it's like youtube.com/@ their name. If you can delete the @ symbol from their name and you still see their content, they're an elder. It's true. I tried it, and it works for all elders. You can tell who the eldritch ancient people on YouTube are. If you delete the @ symbol in front of their name on the URL, youtube.com/ and then just their name with no @ and it gives you an error, they're the newbies. They're the part of the younglings. Yeah. Did you ever get the big art book? No, I did not, but I saw some. Downloaded. That would be illegal. Probably from an art book. I managed somehow to see some of the art from the book without buying it. Certainly not downloading it from anyone. Those would be illegal scans. I support buying the book. I just haven't had the funds to buy the book. Some great renderings of the continents outside the main. I love it. I love the maps that they put together. I do not feel that George R.R. Martin's necessarily a fantastic fantasy writer. I feel like like Rowling, Martin has learned how to write fantasy while writing fantasy. Just like Rowling learned how to write young adult while writing it. And I remember, you think what you will about current Rowling, because obviously she's, she's really garbage once she gets online and you hear what thoughts she has in her brain. But at the time that she was not presenting as garbage and just like talking about the books as she was writing them, she was still garbage back then, because I think she perpetuated what I believe was a lie. This is an allegation on my part, but I think she was lying to the public. I think what she said was, I wrote the Harry Potter books in increasing difficulty and complexity, not because I was learning how to write and I got better and better and better, but because I wanted my young audience to grow and be more and more challenged with each book that they read, so that they became better readers and better at just, literature. I call bullshit. These are not like her, deep into her career as an author. These aren't like her 10th or 50th book or whatever. This is really her first foray into writing. She was floated by a lot of people that gave her a lot of money and time and let her do the writing. Basically, she's the silver spoon, rich. I mean, basically like every content creator, every author, every big director, and everyone that you've ever imagined, almost 90%, maybe more, came from the means where they didn't have to worry about shit. There were no bills to pay. There were no financial worries. They weren't cutting corners. They weren't clipping coupons and like bracing themselves for hard times. They all had it easy, and she had it way easy. And these were her first books, and she just like gave it a go and wrote from her heart. And then as it started to take off, she just kept getting better and better at this thing that was the only thing she had to focus on. She didn't have to worry about it working a day job or like, you know, making sure that the bills are paid. She was well covered. Yeah. Since this is a George R.R. Martin stream now, how are we feeling about the Dunk and Egg possible show? I'd be down. I didn't read through all of it. I started to get just disenfranchised by going through it. It was like fun, but it didn't keep my interest, so I never finished the Dunk and Egg. But I'd be curious to see how they do it. I also think because they're in a post HBO flop universe, that they know how to sort of do this in a way that should end strong, because they're now trying to be protective of the IP a little bit better than the first show did. So I think they'll be smarter about it, having been informed by everybody's absolute blasts of season 7 and 8 of the original show, right? I thought that was canceled. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. But yeah, so I wrote content teaching the High Valyrian language, and naturally I had to stumble upon, and I think I just wrote one video on this, the concept of there are other language accents or dialects in the show that reflected what happened in the books as well. When Daenerys gets to Slavers Bay, or whatever it's called, and those communities speak different dialects of it's like Astapor, Marine, and I can't remember the name of the third city, but like these places speak Valyrian because they were some of the first places to like be conquered by Valyria, and so they were like vassal states. They were part of the great like aka Roman Empire of this world. Valyria really was Rome, and the Valyrian language is really based on Latin in a lot of ways. And so these are places that Latin would have been spoken in, but they also ended up mutating over the years, and especially since Valyria fell, they've just developed their own languages. And this is not very well thought out, right? This is basically what we see in Latin when we go to Portugal, Spain, France, Romania, places where we have the Roma, the old Rome languages. Roma, we call them the Romance languages. Romance just means like from Rome, right? But when you hear Portuguese versus French, they're a little bit related. Spanish versus French, there's a little bit more distance. Portuguese is kind of between the two. Romanian's a little bit different because it's kind of closer to Slavic countries, so it has a different influence on the sounds. And then Italian would be the direct descendant of Latin, but it's significantly different on its own too. And so you get the same sort of like conceptual difference in the way words are spoken in the Slavers Bay versions of Valyrian. And this is really not a George R.R. Martin thing. He came up with a lexicon of some 50 words, and he's like, that's what I know about language. I was never an Oxford linguistics professor or anything like Tolkien was. So like he wanted language as a complicated and an interesting thing in his books, but he didn't actually know or didn't like take the time to study how to add it in. In fact, I feel like a lot of stuff that's generally natural world building in many fantasy novels, he adds in like later on, almost like people read through it and gave him feedback along the way. Like he passed it along to some friends first, and they're like, this is good. What I'd like to see maybe next is, people in fantasy worlds have different religions. And Martin was like, oh yeah, mine too. And then he adds it in, but it wasn't initially there. You read the books and it gets there. And then they say stuff like, well, constellations matter a lot to like old civilizations, medieval times and that sort of thing. It's a big deal. And Martin was like, my world has constellations too. And people were like, cuisine, like different cuisine for different regions can really like help you buy into the cultural differences when you're looking at a map and then you think, oh yeah, these people eat this and these people, and Martin's like, I got that too. It's really feels like he got feedback from people saying, I wish as a fantasy novelist you added these basic tropes. first, before we even bother with all that, let's go over to the side room that mirrors the other side rooms. And sure enough, there's a book there that might end up opening the third set of those arched bridges in that Nexus area. And we'll see what we can find. The Silmarillion reminded me a bit of reading the Bible. Yeah, there's like a lot of like wars and so-and-so begets so-and-so begets so-and-so. And it's like, if you're a world builder, do these things matter? Sure. Would you ever publish them? I don't know. I think maybe Tolkien either convinced himself or somebody else convinced him. Like, there will be somebody out there who will want to know all this stuff. And if you proved that you read a story based on a really full world, it will lend credence to a legacy. You know, that you weren't just making stuff up along the way. And you can definitely tell with modern works when people do so. Like, just picking on World of Warcraft as a pretty clear example. Like, that world has its own lore. It's based off of the Warcraft strategy games, which had some lore built into them. And then it started to build its own history and stories and all that sort of stuff. World of Warcraft was not made by Tolkien. It was made by some game company that was busy with other stuff too, along the side, StarCraft and all these other games. And they ended up retconning, or like, that's just the term for going back and like messing with established storyline, a lot of historical points in their game, because they're not writing a novel and they're not writing a world building Bible. So they'll get things wrong. They'll publish a new game and it'll paint a main character in a different light, or that something else happened that couldn't have possibly happened if you take in the old lore. And then they have to make a decision, okay, which lore is like canon, or you could just be Nintendo in the Zelda games and say there is no canon, or every game is canon somehow, or just like multiverse it like the Marvel comics. There's so many ways around writing a good cohesive world build, and I think Tolkien did the right thing and made things referential to a core standard so he wouldn't get things wrong. Speaking of fantasy, have you read any of Earthsea? My middle sister has. She really endorses the books, and so I borrowed the first one from her, and then I just never sat down to read it. I really should. I don't know how to make that happen in this current phase of my life, but I do want to get to a place where I do pleasure reading again. Especially, you know, if a sibling really says they really love something, I want to give it some real consideration. Hey, robot. Shakespeare might beat Tolkien as far as like world build? I didn't know this. Or maybe I just don't know this about Shakespeare. I've read some Shakespeare. I've enjoyed some of his plays, and I like his like twists of phrase and like the way that he like messes with the English language. I actually found there's a troupe in England who has had the pleasure or privilege of performing at the World Theater, and they do what they have tried to be the best reconstruction of the accent and delivery of the original Shakespearean actors at the time. They're that kind of English. And you find that you catch on to more references and jokes, even if you don't know what every word means, if somebody's got the right emphasis going on and if the accents are correct. And that also unlocks a lot of rhymes and word plays that you would not have caught on to if you heard everything in modern pronunciation. Because in those times, the way he wrote words, he was very poetic. And now when you read it in like a modern version of an English accent, it doesn't fit right. Like the words fall off rhyme to each other. It's not fully there. So you really do need some sort of reconstructionism to fully grasp what I think Shakespeare was capable of. Man, I definitely recommend you read it if you get the chance. I do want spare time in my life. I do. Where I think we will get spare time is when I find the way, and I'm open to literally everybody who's listening to this, whether you're watching live or on VOD. I have a day job that covers all of our bills. We are not trying to run fundraisers and GoFundMes and everything to make sure that we make ends meet. We're making ends meet here, but we're in over our heads in a bad situation with just the housing situation. And some of you know more than others about what's going on with all of that. I might do like an off-stream like on Discord or something to sort of talk about that sometime soon. We talked about this last stream too. But leaving my day job is putting a lot on the table. We have a lot of financial burden right now, right in this moment. So I can't just say, we can leave this and see if YouTube and Twitch and everything else, all the other income streams, fill in the gap in the next 6 months and like cross our fingers and see how it goes. But I want to do something like that. So I don't know what that looks like or how that works because I don't have a lot of knowledge in this area. But quitting the day job, going full-time stream, getting to a place where streaming is the only thing I do. Not streaming, just content creation, because I also want to do like pre-recorded VODs and like newsletters and courses and like I have so many things to do if I just have the time to do it. That was generating the funds to run the household. I believe that would clear up like actual free time. I'd be more free to engage with the kids. I'd be more free to do personal pleasure projects and pleasure time and stuff like that. Like reading for funsies, stuff like that. I think we could do it if we went full-time content. That would be me and Oz both. So, you know, neither one of us would have to like carry the whole household. So we can divide and conquer the finances if possible. But yeah, then I would actually pleasure read again. The author is known for living a lot of her life in Portland. Oh, cool. Which is how I heard of her. Nice. Earthsea has a new graphic novel adaptation. Oh, cool. It either recently came out or it's coming soon. Wizard of Earthsea. When having time constraints, I find graphic novels easier to fit in. And I've definitely, before we became parents and before I was a salary person, I didn't feel like I had a lot of time to do novels, but I did some short form novels in that time. But I did read some graphic novels too. So yeah. And just talking about like me getting into the content creation space, among the projects that I have on slate for getting out to you guys to ingest is a fantastic graphic novel series, a 3-issue space opera graphic novel series that gives me chills thinking about how this story works and plays out. God, if only I was doing this as a full-time endeavor, I cannot wait for you guys to be able to partake in that. That sounds exciting. I kid you not. Like, I am a snob when it comes to good story too. So if I say like this particular storyline, this plot is chilling and it gives me chills thinking about it, that's not because I smell my own poo and it smells like roses. I'm hypercritical of myself. I develop stuff. I write out stories. I come up with ideas. I look at them like 6 months later and I'm like, D, that was like a shower thought or a stoner thought at best. Like that is garbage. You will never release that. We will never share that with the public. That is a hang up on the fridge and pat somebody on the back idea, but do not publish that to the public. I'm really hypercritical about the things I create. And so when I have ideas, and I'm just one of those people that is a font of ideas all the time, the vast majority of them go straight to the trash. Straight. Because I care so much about quality and about my own name and reputation and about what sort of legacy I want to leave Like, I got kids now too, so you know, if I pass away and they, you know, look through my old intellectual properties and stuff, the things that I licensed, things that I got out into the world before I passed, I want them to be proud and to be like, oh, look, you know, he wasn't some kook and weirdo and had these awful awkward ideas. Has anybody ever stumbled across Ice Cream Man 22 on YouTube? I was gonna pull him up on. I don't want to pull him up on stream. It's just hours and hours and hours of drivel and garbage and uselessness, and he gets thousands of views on everything. It's real. Go do a search and look. I do not want to platform him, but go and you'll see what I mean. He is making hand over fist money doing whatever the fuck he's. I have such great ideas that I want to get across to you guys, and they're like, I will not throw them away because I really do believe in their ability to last. Like this graphic novel on par with Watchmen as far as validity. Different, I mean, space opera is a very different genre, but yeah, I think it would be really great if we get to the place where that's out. That sounds really cool. I know there's a Ghibli Earthsea movie as well, but I haven't watched it yet. How cool is that? If Studio Ghibli backed them, then I really do need to read those books. Space opera is one of my favorite genres. Doing a whole Gundam Seed rematch. I think you mean rewatch, yeah? Right now. Reading the Moonstorm books. And I want to reread Illuminae. Illuminae is super unique by Kelvin and Christoph. You should check it out. It takes less time than most books because of the layout, but you must do the print version. Okay. Ghibli Earthsea is a beautiful movie. Oh, cool. Ghibli one's very different. Interesting. I probably want to read the text first before I get into visual forms of it or like derivative works. Yeah. Would you guys want like a stream? I could probably just take a discourse off the topics schedule on a Wednesday, and we could just go over like, God, here's the thing though, like if we go down the rabbit hole on literally just the graphic novel, we won't have time to talk about the fantasy series. If we talk about the fantasy series, we won't have time for anything else, because the world build there is like rivals Silmarillion in lore and backstory and everything. I've got like an entire database of all the knowledge that goes into the world build on that, let alone, you know, the stories that are being told in the books. We could talk about the music career that I'm working on right now too, in the back burner with, it's not back burner, it's front burner, but it's something I'm doing with Oz on the side when we're not doing live streaming, that we're trying to get some music out, hopefully by the end of this year. There's so many things. There's so many things. Being chained to a day job, I have a sense of despair that, you know, I'm running out of time to get all this stuff out to you. That if an accident happened to me, you'd be bereft of all these things I want to still share with you. So I just, you know, I'm very cautious about my safety when I leave the house, so that I will live long enough so that you get all this stuff. All right. What were we playing again? Myst 5, I think. What does this one do? Hi.
What will I become?
Indeed.
I will make something more of me. I will rebuild what I am.
Yeah.
Is there anyone who is master over me? Have I not become the grower?
I don't know. Have you?
The grower. Yet all I grow is anger. Watching them call, watching them fail, waiting, watching. I am the grower. How could I wait much longer on such fools?
Right? How could you wait on these fools? Wait, is she talking about me? Or who's she talking about right now? Who are the fools? Hopefully not me. She's so angry. Alright, the usual beds. This is basically the identical room as the other rooms, but, you know, each room has different stuff in it. Here's the little Nexus, like, hand thing. And, oh, yeah, here it says, 3? Is that the character for 3? Here we go. maybe this is the numbers I was supposed to pay attention to is on these books. But what we do know is that now we can open the last of these gateways that are blocked. Because this should open us up to everything now. Oh, yeah. And there's world number 3. So if this is number... oh, here. Yeah, you can see it on this book, too. Which leads back into... wait. Are there actually 4? What? For some reason, I thought we were in a room with 3 portals. And now I realize there's actually 4. Oh, I'm so confused now. Wait, did I unblock all of the gates? Ah, oh, crap. I didn't unblock this one. Where's this one? Where's this one? It's blocked over there, too. Son of a bitch. The other ones should all be unblocked, though. That's 3. This one is... whoops. Hello. That's 1. This is the 1 world. Do we want to go to the 1 world first? This is the one we were in. This is the 2 world? And then we can't get over here yet, right? Okay, so there's a 4 world, but we don't know how to get there just yet. That makes sense when I look at the wiki. At the wiki a minute ago, it says they also incorporated some story from one of the Miyazaki graphic novels. Oh, cool. You know, we've already done so much here. I kind of want to go back to this one no matter what, whether it's 2 or not. This is where I want to go. So, is it... press that? Yeah, we do. Do I already need another bathroom break? I drank like less than half a cup of water. Is this where we... were? Yeah, this looks right. This looks like the place. We take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. I guess we can make him pumped. There's no reason to do this. But... ugh, I can't even quit this cutscene too. Is he turning red? I feel much stronger now. Looks like his skin got redder. Like he hulked out a bit just now. Maybe not. Maybe he's always been that red. Use the pull chain. Wow. What a beautiful sound. Can we open the toilet lid? Can we use the toilet? Hello? Alright, don't look. That doesn't seem to work. Oh, not use toilet lid. Use toilet. I'd like a little more privacy for that.
Cool.
Alright.
What are you wearing?
I don't know. I just picked whatever.
You
don't actually unlock anything fun for a long time. What was that, Oz?
That was kind of an intimate question to ask. What are you wearing?
What are you wearing?
Yeah, if you were just using this as ASMR, this just got weird. I mean... what luck? The huge giant fell fast asleep. The huge giant fell fast asleep. I guess that's the fucking solution. Son of a bitch. Can you believe it? Mars, why did you emote what you did? I actually don't know how to get my horse back up now.
Could she need for something?
I'm not sure what she needs right now. Oh, your emotes can predict the future.
but like.
Although, as I understand from men who can self-sucking, how is it described? It's a lot less like having your dick sucked and a lot more like sucking a dick. For anybody.
Gee, I wonder fucking why.
I wonder why. Yeah. Your ghost host with the most, Damien Halme. Welcome. I'm a variety streamer, disruptor of the status quo and reprogrammer of your mind. Breaker of your ruts. Filler? I fill your ruts? Oh no, let's not. Let's not say that one. No. We already heard that one. Thank you, but no thank you. No reruns. Okay, we were here. This was the age that we discovered a lot already in, and then near the end of the stream, we discovered that tablets were a thing, thanks to Sam making a good guess and helping us out here. I didn't know Miyazaki made graphic novels. It's pretty badass, actually. Have you tried putting the tablet down and walking away from it? I have. It does like a glowy thing, which is pretty cool. Yeah, we've done that. Yep. You can see that any place where we want to set this down, this is the one we need to figure out how to do the thing. We can do this button, and then this goes down on the ground, and then you know what happens? What the fuck? Hello? Excuse? What the there goes my tablet. Okay. Well, I guess that's a thing. Where'd my tablet go? He took it away. The Bajo was just like, fuck you, you don't get a tablet after all. Cool. Well, you bastard. I guess one of our other jobs in this realm will be find the missing tablet now. Maybe he'll leave me a dick pic on it. Be like, look, you drew me a dick. I'll draw you a dick. It'll be good times. We get to send little messages back and forth. We'll play it like a Ouija board. I'll tell you what you need to know. Oh, you're like Moses and the table's like the tablet? Maybe. Here are the commandments to play Myst 5 by. Yep, that's another thing David Ogden Steers teaches you in the Ice Age. Go look at the plinth. The plinth and this. Oh, there's a place where you pick it up, right? I think it's interesting when you run in this game. There is some physics to your body. Do you see how there's like little bits where I'm like floating, or like I'm not falling as fast as I'm moving forward? I find that really interesting. You can't jump in this game, but you can like hover a bit or like float a bit. Here's the wait, let me in. Here's the thing. Here's the place where I like picked up the tablet. I think you press on this. No. Hello? You press on this. Where do I get that? Oh, that teleports. Wait, no, there's a thing down there inside the thing. It was lit up differently. Wait, can we go back in first? Go back into the realm we were just in. This thing is lit. This thing is, oh, it's lit, fam. Okay, look down here. This is my glyph I added. I drew this, and it is now here. So, and this is now not lit. So this is probably where we came from. Well, I don't know. But what is this? We're gonna tap it and we're gonna find out what the hell is going on. Yeah, there's our symbol. It's right there. Can we take this back? You bastard. Okay, we got our tablet back. Now we're looking. Wait, where? What the? Huh? No. Yes. Yeah. We're in the same realm. I recognize, you know, all the pillars and craters and everything, but that's where we were. That's where we were, and now we're not there, which means. Excuse me while I burp. Which means maybe we're in a location where we can see the last code for the area that we weren't able to find a code for. Oof. Man, dinner's not agreeing with me. I had a dinner that I shouldn't have had. I had a tuna sub sandwich, but it was more food than I should have eaten today. You ever feel like you're hungry, but you shouldn't eat more, but then you eat more anyway? That's kind of what I did today. Okay, so let me try to remember what our movements are. Can we see, is the code going to be back where we came from? There's that one. Oh man, stream or Twitch break. Twitch ad break. Poop. Maybe holding this tablet too long turns you into one of those things, kind of like Gone with the Ring. They're Balro. I think they're like supposed to be the blessed of this game world, though. Like they're supposed to be all powerful and like the ones who overthrew the greedy overlords of the Uru world or whatever, and these people like came in and stopped them. For a long while in Uru, I thought that the Bahro and the proletariat, I'm just going to use Marxist language here because it was like, you know, you had your bourgeoisie, like the people who had like tons of production means and all the money and everything and were like living elite, and then you had all these workers, this slave class of people. I thought those were the Bahro and that they like overthrew their oppression, and now I feel like the Bahro and the lower class people were two different people. But yeah, I'm not quite sure how it all works out. Okay, so if I look back over my notes again real quick, again, if you're one of the envious, you can see the sort of stuff. Did we already see this? We did. So what I'm looking at there, you can already see when you're on the center platform. Whoops, did I click out of here? I guess it doesn't hurt to do the searching for the last code while people are still on ad break, because I mean literally we're just searching for stuff. Like, what are they really missing out on? Nothing really, right? So we're just gonna try to move our angles around and see what we can see and can't see from this. This is the direction that we should use to see different stuff. Up. There's no up. Wow, I feel like we already saw everything there was to see from this angle, and there really wasn't anything. There's no new codes. No nothing. I was expecting more. I was expecting it to be pretty obvious, like, oh, you get here, then congrats. You got here. You got here. You figured out how to get here. That's very special and magical. And here immediately is the last of the codes. That's, you know, it was in the getting here that you did what you needed to do. I guess what I mean to say. And I don't feel like we are there. You can zoom so far in. I also feel like we're not seeing anything from like a dramatically different angle than we can already see when we're on the main platform. So, you know, what could we possibly miss out on? Let's see this real up close. Really up close. Okay. back out of that. There's this glowing thing too. There's like little glowy yellows on the other side of this. But I think those are just lanterns. There's one behind that area. We can't really see that well. Wait, can we see into the... Oh, look at that. That's new. That's new. That maybe we're just gonna teleport around with these things. Can I add that to my little Notion article, please? My little... Let's add a new image. Upload that. Make it small. Can we put it side by side, this other one? Son of a bitch. You can't really, can you? Oh, there we go. I sort of did it. I'm sorry if anybody who's like actually part of the MV community looking at this, the way I've set up this article is really lame. Okay. So the answer is click on our tablet. Can we clear it? Boop. Oh, look at this. There's room for like more glyphs. This is clear. Yeah? Yeah. Then it is, oh God, it's kind of it's kind of hard to see exactly what it is that you're doing. That's like a little circle there. That kind of looks like a bigger circle around the outside. I'm so good at doing circles with a trackball. That's so great. I think this one pierces through both, or not both, pierces through the outer one down, which is a little nub. And then this one does not pierce, but it comes way up like an antenna. Oh, like that. Looks great. This game feels so lifeless and alive at the same time. It's, I feel like there looks like there's a lot of design and culture and everything that feels really impactful. You know, the zip lines and everything here, and like all the build and everything, the warm lights of the main column that you started on. But yeah, you run into one dude and he's very it's very mystic and cryptic with everything he says. He never says anything straightforward, and so you don't really feel like you have a connection with anybody. Yusha only contacted us like once, and maybe it was just a recording, and then everything else we've gotten from her is just the journals. And so I feel like you have even more connectivity with like every other Myst game. One was very much like driven by the brothers almost the entire way through, right? Two, driven by, I guess two felt pretty empty though too, but there's a lot of life. There are a lot of creatures in two. It felt like a very living world full of animals. Three, you had the villain. Four, you actually had Yusha at some point, and then it felt empty for a while. You're just like surfing through memories of her brothers for a long time, which felt kind of empty. You're just replaying old stuff while you're in necropolises. And Uru felt empty as hell. But apparently, and y'all can fact check Oz on this, because I don't know if she did full research on this, but Oz seems to believe that Uru's main story was in part intended to be carried by the staff of Cyan or volunteers or some, by like people logging into the game as key characters and advancing the story through live events. The main story, not like little side plot things, not like, oh, you happened to be online during this moment, and so we give you a, you know, a little optional enrichment bit of like side lore, but like main lore driven by people playing characters in Uru. Is that the case? Did Oz read that right? Or what's going on there? Okay, so if we... This doesn't look like it has another option besides go back to main plinth. Yep, it was intended to be much more interactive. So us playing it the way we were, was that basically like we'll never get the full story. Okay, can we just drop this and then walk away, and will a Barrow creature come do the thing? My enjoy, and then will this thing over here do the thing. Yeah, I showed you my glyph. Please respond, if you know what I mean. I must have glyphed it right. Oh, I glyphed all over the tablet. Sorry, it sounds... Oh, there's my pathetic... Don't show my pathetic version of the glyph. Can't you, like, correct it for me? Can we take this back in inventory? Hell yeah. Now where are we? That's the main place where we just were. Was that where we ended up? Trying to think, like, based on where we were looking to get to see this area, if that was correct or not. So we've got teleportation through Baroglyph writing. Oh, hello, it's our buddy. What? Whoa, hello? What's my camera doing? Hi.
Your destination is not here.
No?
But above.
Above.
The stars and planets must be aligned.
Yeah.
And regrettably, it is only the perverted power of the creatures that can do it.
Why are you so racist?
Make them.
What? Rude. Yeah, touch your Star Trek little thing there. You notice that his eyes are like the same color as his skin? Like not the iris and pupil, but like the whites of his eyes. It looks like he just has like skin across his entire eye region, and then the iris and pupil are like drawn onto his eyelids or something. Like I don't see like whites or yellows or anything. You know, some people's area, their eyes isn't like white, but his eyes are like flesh colored. It looked like to me. Maybe I need to get closer to him. But they also, every time he appears, it locks the camera, locks your movement. You can't do anything while he talks at you. If they ever can't read your drawing, they'll just drop it back on the original plinth. Ah, gotcha. They were like, what the fuck? What is this? What's this bullshit? Go back to art school. Okay. Oh, there's a down from here. Interesting. Okay, before we go to the down, can we climb up this angled thing? Literally, no. Myst Man, you can climb down stairs, but you won't climb up a subtle incline. Can we see what's in here, please? Hello? Hello? Literally, no. Okay. Cool. Cool. Well, I like you too. Thanks for providing me no respite from the harsh stellar winds out here. Oh, it's like another telescope thing. Give me my next glyph, or give me whatever. That is the same one we've already been able to see. Once again, we can see it again from a different angle. Oh, I'm like clicking the wrong thing. This is up and down. Yeah, we already saw that one even from the last area we were in too. But we are in a different, we're seeing everything from a different viewpoint. So there's a possibility might catch different solution. I feel like the solution is like one more teleport away for some reason though. Like where we are, they're going to give us one more thing to draw on the tablet, and then we'll find the glyph. I don't know, just from like a game designer's brain space sort of thing, I get this feeling like we're going to use the tablet once more, so we have the power of 3. Because humans are like very, very bad at doing random numbers. I talked about this in a recent stream. Right? There's like a random number tester. Do you guys want me to find it for you? It's a random number tester. You just have to write 1s and 0s in what you think is a random order, and then they'll check how random you actually are. Are you actually able to random a real random, or do you feel very human in your randoming? Okay, it's not that. I don't think it's this. This feels like very empty. Not this one. Oh, whoa, whoa. I clicked out of it. Damn. Get back in there. There's still more. This could be a red herring too, because it does look like there's still more space to walk besides this. So it could be you look at all of this area here, and they don't give you the clue. You actually have to go to another part of this region to get it. See anything right there? Okay, let's, just for the sake of things, because that was that, let's keep walking. Oh, damn, there's no more walk. There's this little shuttle thing. It looks like you should be able to use it to travel, because this wasn't in the first platform. First platform we get to, you can walk on this platform and then it gets you to a shuttle and you're trapped. It gets you to a shuttle area, but there's no shuttle. You can kind of see that something should connect up with you, and it does not. It's an empty platform waiting for a shuttle. Well, in that case, could we from here use the pulleys and send that shuttle away, go back to the first platform, bring the shuttle back here, and we'd be in the under part of this same platform. We would just need to find the way to get that little... Hello? Whoa, whoa. My character started walking down the stairs like 5 or 6 footsteps down without me controlling him. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, this is what I wish could open, but I think if you open it from the inside, maybe you discover something that you wouldn't have discovered before. And the only way you open it from the inside is if you can come through on the platform, on that little skiff. The only way to get on that skiff, I think, is to send it to the other platform and pick it up there, because I know we can get to that platform on that pillar. You can't get to this platform on this pillar, not yet. So you get here from the other side, you ride the skiff over here, and then you enter in this room, and you can unlock the up above from inside. So how do we send the skiff away? We can't click on those controls. I wish you could just jump on the roof right here. If only Mistman was like just the slightest bit adventurous, he could just jump right on. He'd be done. There's even a little ladder right here, so it looks like you should be able to get up onto the upper platform here. And it totally looks like you could just walk right. Just push Mistman off the edge right there. Right here where it looks like there's a step down. And the option is walk right down there. Use the ladder to climb down. And then you're in. But no, perhaps not. Perhaps this couldn't be that easy. Okay, so maybe... go back here and we find, yes, there is in fact a hidden something. It's not that guy. That other platform looks way too far in the distance to have a secret on it. It's all bluey. So I don't think it could be that. This one's much closer. I don't think it has it. Ugh, that's too close. No, I don't see anything useful there. The real useful stuff is here on the center platform. I wish there was more to see than just the one glyph set we've already seen from like every angle. You could see it when you're on this platform. You can see it on the last platform we were on. You can see it from this platform. There's the other telescope that we were using. Use that telescope and see stuff too. There's nothing here on the top level that's worth it. Not that I can see. Let's back up a bit. Move down a skosh. You can see the next level down, but there's nothing really there either. Can we keep going down more? There's... Wait. Ah, poop. I clicked away. There's this. It's lit. But you can't get there from anywhere. Like, I don't even know. It's lit up, but I don't think it has anything for me. Okay. I don't think it's that either. Scroll up, zoom out. Nothing else lower. This one, again, is kind of... Looks like it's too far to have any special secrets on it. Yeah. This one would be a prime candidate for secrets. I don't see anything there. And then there's this one. I hope you don't have to actually like angle the various telescopes so that you like look through a telescope and you see another telescope or see through another telescope. That would be awful. There's nothing really there. Nothing. I've also like looked at the stars a bit in here, but I haven't found anything that's like the constellations tell you the secret of this area either. All right, let's back out. It doesn't go much farther than this one. Yeah, I don't see any draw there either. Okay, well, it's probably not that. Could we look at the very first telescope from here? Is this the one? That doesn't seem like the one. That's not a telescope. Where is it? Oh, I'm on the wrong platform. First telescope is over here. Ah, son of a bitch. Keep clicking away. There's the first one. Just zoom right in on that. Maybe pull. Oof. You're zoomed in. It's so hard. It's so squirrely, the controls. Get it kind of like right in the center if we can. And then this, for some reason, zooms a lot better, or scrolls a lot better. And, oof, yeah, this is awful to try to control. Something kind of like that. There, that's about as direct to that one as we can get. There's no other interactives on this particular platform. So I think our answer is to just go back to this. Oh no! I left my plinth, or the thing on the plinth. Give me that. Wait, am I back in the Nexus again? No. Let me get my tablet back. I didn't say you could have my tablet. Alright, this is like home. So it actually brings you back to the Nexus area. I'm just gonna call this Nexus. Oh no, wait, that's not Nexus. I'm back at the first area. Yeah, okay. So I adjusted the telescope so that this telescope was, or I was aiming at this telescope. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything. But maybe if this telescope looks through the lens of that telescope, then we have telescopeception. Where are you? Can you... Let's point at the other telescope together, shall we? Oh, we already saw that one. We know that that's a thing. Why is the music different here? Or was it always like this? Yes, you over there. Yeah. Oh! How did we miss that? How did we miss that? No, we didn't miss that. Never mind. Oh, son of a bitch. I thought I found something new. We already did that one. We literally already did that one. Aw. I feel so catfished. By my own stupid... I was like, oh shit, there's a glyph. Dumbass, that's the second glyph we have already discovered. It was, here's the other telescope staring at us. Apparently, aiming a telescope at a telescope does absolutely nothing. It was useless. But, you know, it was, you know, a science experiment. Yeah. Okay, well, you know, I already found that one a long time ago. All the way a week ago. We've already gotten up there. And, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it for this. We've stared through that one like a long time ago. Lurk! I'm bizarrely exhausted, so I'm gonna lie down. Sounds good. Don't mind me for correcting your later lie. That's just what I do. I may be back later. We'll see. If you succumb to the warm embrace of slumber, so be it. And I hope that you sleep well if that happens. If you come back, no judgments. That's how it do sometimes. Let's go back to this one again. Because once we found the thing that we thought we were looking for, we just split. We just noped out of this platform. I just want to make sure, you know, we're not missing like a way down, which I don't see that we are. That we're not seeing with our own naked eyes, perhaps. Just like a glyph. It's maybe just like, oh look, just off the edge here. It's like a big ass glyph you can see without, you know, with just the naked eye, or something. This big old glowy thing here in the middle looks like super important, but not necessarily what I need to continue. So we found that through this thing, through the very center of this. I feel like the last one has to be using this same tactic. Using this telescope thing, but on the third island. Because why else would we go to that third, well, plateau, I guess they're not islands. Why else would we get to the third plateau if not for there's a reason to see something from that angle? At the moment, it's storming and there's 2 tornadoes in my region of my state. Jeez. Do you have a storm cellar or a central protective area you can be? We have a crawl space, but it is not the best place to be. Or it's not the easiest to get to, I guess. It's probably very safe, but not easy to get to. And then we have like a Harry Potter closet under the stairs. And I feel like that's probably the smart thing to do. Because if the whole house were torn down, I feel like the stairs, the outer walls would protect us. And then if they fail, the stairs would protect us. That makes sense. Just checking to see if it's like hiding in the backside. Like imagine it's on this center building, but it's like on the dark side back here. And like, boom, like this would be a great place, honestly, for a game designer. If I were game designing, I would put it on the back side of this building so you couldn't see it from any of the other places you've already been. But you can see it because you got here. You know what I mean? And then this would be a red herring, I guess. I don't like red herrings in puzzles, to be perfectly honest, but that would be something. I also don't like that you can't just climb down here. This super looks like you just, grab onto this and you can slide down, or a fireman slide down these ropes, or just walk onto the roof of this thing right here. There's so many ways it looks like you should just be able to interact with this freaking level. It was 90 degrees like a week ago. Ugh, that like big swing in temperature, I hate. I hate that. I don't like to, I've never lived inland for too long, not more than like half a year or so. And so like the crazy stuff that happens when you get far away from the coasts, I feel like that is not human territory. People live in far interior places of countries, and it just baffles me because it gets so fucking cold and it gets so scorching hot. And it's like, why, when you have alternatives, why would you do that? Why wouldn't people absolutely suffuse the coastlines of the world first and then be like, okay, there's too many of us, let's start squishing in a little bit. But a lot of people live in interior areas, and the temperature swings, maybe I'm just a wuss when it comes to that kind of stuff, but I don't like it. I don't like dealing with snow chores. I don't like dealing with extreme heat. It just doesn't, that's not my world. Okay, can we turn all the way to face that panopticon thing? It's this thing, right? Large basement in my house? Oh, good. Not that bad when you're used to it. And I just am not. I guess that's the thing. I'm just not used to it. Okay, this is how we found the last one, is looking through a piece of this. So can we like inspect this big old glowing ass thing and be like, you were my key to the solving of the last puzzle. Can you be my key again? Whereupon thy gorgeous rivets and metal structures and flanges and whatever will I find the secrets to solving this age? Because it seems like it should be. It makes the most sense that since we found the last one looking through this, that we would find this again from this angle and try it again. Doesn't seem like there's anything obvious to look at or through. Like we found a hole and looked through this thing the last time. Lots of different colors and pulleys and everything, but like literally nothing moves. 2. That's frustrating. Yeah, we don't have an angle where we're like using a lens of this thing to look through something. It kind of makes me think it's like in the stars though. But I don't feel like imagine like looking through all of these stars trying to find some sort of a pattern that matches the glyphs that we've looked at so far. That'd be insanity. Like look, there's like a cluster of stars right over here. Imagine you're like looking at this cluster trying to make sense of it based on what you've seen of the puzzles so far. That'd be absolutely insane. They'd be excruciatingly rude for hiding it in the stars. You'd also have to be looking for a 3/4 circle. Like, look at me. Like, now I'm actually like actively looking through for the stars for like a... Did I say 1/2 quarter? Man. Streamer brain. 3/4 circle. There's a 3/4 circle with 1/4 slice taken out of it. That is the glyph system to know how to set up the 3 different stations that you can control. There's 4 stations on this center pillar, and one of them is a red herring. Immersive. Hi, and welcome. How you doing? How's your weekend so far? We're going to be playing Omori tomorrow. That's exciting. I really enjoyed the game so far. It's so wholesome and weird and very mother-like. It's way more mother-like than Undertale was. And I appreciate that, but it's also darker. It's darker than Mother, it's darker than Undertale, and I like dark things too. Where on earth are we supposed to be going? We've already explored that center platform a bunch. So I really don't want to go back to the center pillar again, because I feel like if I hadn't discovered it after all the searching of that all this time yet, there's not a chance it is there. Oh man. Okay, never mind. You come down here and like see it from, maybe you come over here. Like, why do they have all this land over here unless you see it with your own eyes in an angle that you couldn't see from the other 2 platforms by walking around and looking at just the right angle from here onto here. There comes the internet cutting out. Oh no! Genki desu ka? Okage-sama de genki desu. Arigato. Anata wa? Don't see it there. There are some things that I can say in Japanese as like a first language concept, i.e., we talk about a certain topic or get on a certain kick, and I just, the words just come to me without translation, right? Like for some people speaking certain foreign languages, you think about it in your native language first, and then you think, okay, now how would I translate this into the target language I'm going for, right? That is definitely a thing. And there are languages that I speak that are like that. Like, okay, this is how I say it in English. Now, how do I fabricate the grammar? What's the vocab for each word that I'm looking for? And so I do like a live translation, a Google Translate in my own brain. And some languages I don't have to do that in. Mandarin right now, I don't have to translate. It's insane, but I can just speak it with no English thoughts in my brain at all. And then if you say, well, what did you say in English? I'd be like, hang on, I have to translate it from Mandarin to English now to get it to your brain. It's crazy. Crazy to think that I'm there with that language, even though I speak very little of Mandarin. I speak enough to speak with my family in a very, like, household sort of setting. Japanese is failing me more and more because I don't get enough practice, but to keep it up. But it hasn't completely faded. Pretty good. Skoshi ira. Nande? Nande? What do you mean nande? Why am I losing my Japanese? Is that what you're asking? Because I don't have people around me that speak it anymore. If you watch my lore stream, or if you just watch enough of my streams, you know I was married once before Oz. The person that I married before Oz was part Japanese. Her family on her mom's side was Japanese. There were some primary speakers of Japanese in her family. My best friend at the time, B. Wozart, he streams art sometimes. I met him in Japanese class. And we have a mutual friend, Sanch, that lives near me right now, who also speaks Japanese. And his wife is a primary Japanese speaker, and their kids are bilingual. And that's a lot of Japanese speakers in my life, and not just like people who are interested in anime or people who just like speak it because they think it's pretty, but like people who have a draw to or a familial tie to the language. There are reasons for them to have it, and so there are reasons for me to have so much fluency. For my first wife, it was a house language for us. And now it's not. I don't interact with a lot of those people. I still periodically talk to and chill with Sanch and see his family every once in a while, but they all speak English too, and his wife also speaks Mandarin because she studied that language too, and so I get to help her with her practice on Mandarin. That therefore, you know, my practice in Japanese is really tanked, whereas I used to be quite fluent. Oh, Munish was asking why you're ira. Oh, gotcha. Sugoi. Thanks to you. Oh, wait, I'm reading my stupid bot. Sorry, my bad. It's a good question. Yeah, nande ira. I think we just need to go leave this area. Can I put my tablet up here? Can we stick that there and then like leave? What does that do? That tablet's there. Then what? Then what would we do? If we go back to, oh no, this takes me back to the Nexus place. We don't want to come back here, do we? What the heck? It's such an awkward noise. I do not like that noise. Yeah, that noise. So we put a tablet onto one of the plinths. There's only one tablet though, right? We can't grab another one and bring it in here with us. This leads back to that Nexus we were just at. Right. Yeah. Okay. It's weird that there's like 3 pillars on it. Brother is an idiot. I've had a bit of a roller coaster the last 48 hours. Hope everything's okay. Alright, this was the like middle platform, but there's like no reason to be here. Right? We looked through the middle of this, we got our answer. This area would not have another reason to exist. Apparently on Japanese social media, W is similar to our law. Yeah, it's just an abbreviation. Like the first L in LOL is laugh, right? The W for Japanese social media is warao, which means to laugh. So it's just first letter makes the sound. Yeah, that's how it do. In Mandarin social media, like Xiaohongshu, Red Note, you use the character ha, and that means to laugh. Well, it's like the onomatopoeia of laughter. You probably don't do just one. You probably put like a couple. So then you're typing ha ha, just like you would in English. And if you wanted to do something besides LOL, you could do a ha ha. Everybody would get it. Okay, so we put a tablet on that other platform and we left it there. Could that mean that this is now powered in such a way that we do this thing and we now bring the thing from over there? I gave you my tablet. Please respond. Is it this one? That looks like where you would move. Oh, hang on. That would move it back. What if we kept it this way but pressed this twice? Would we move because it looks like there's a central station. We do it once to bring the skiff midway through and another to bring it over all the way through. Can we keep going? I don't even know it's rotating. I don't see shit. Nothing's rotating. Everything's rotating. No idea. How many times would you need to do this to get a skiff all the way across? It seems like it's pulling in this direction, but then where do these pulleys pull? It's pulling this. That's going off screen into the dark. We have no idea if that's moving anything or not. Brother and I are both living at my parents' house for the moment. I should be back out on my own in about a month, but they went camping. Mom left her truck handy in case we need it, so he just grabbed it. We can only assume because it has gas in it he didn't have to pay for. So he's just like, hey, free gas. Which is fine, I guess, except he crashed it into a curb and now a wheel is damaged and his tires. Well, now guess who's going to have to fix that wheel? I hate Lamau when I read it. It feels forced and fake. Lol is genuine. Turn him into paste? Yikes. Could have just been driving his own vehicle. Obviously. Better. Yeah. Because then something happens to it. You don't have to try to emergency fix it so that nobody saw or figured out what you did. But no. I'll take this as direct call out as I use it every 2 sentences. Lamau? I think everybody's got like a different, depending on like what culture you grew up in or like sort of what like subgroup of the internet you were in when you started using the internet, different things feel right. So the first like big group that I was a part of was the system. Cyan can tell you about it because we were both part of the same thing. Many of you already know who that is. One of my friends that pops up on streams every once in a while, who's great. Apparently, like half of you are like all about her already, and you barely know her. It's good stuff because she's a great person. This community that we were in online, the like go-to laughter was H-E-H-E. It was he. It wasn't ha-ha, because ha-ha is kind of like too big to be like really like legitimate about stuff. Usually when people say stuff that's funny on the internet, it's not really like that funny. It's just like people saying like random shit, like quoting Monty Python or like trying at a pun or like saying something that's like it was clever for you to say in the moment or like quoting a meme, but you're not really that fucking funny. You're just mildly humorous. And so somebody who's sitting, like some keyboard warrior who's looking at your attempt at a joke or attempt at humor, probably did something like this in real life. Huh. Or like, or just like smiled and then, you know, did like some emoji back at you. But what they really did wasn't like authentically a big laugh. And so I think this community that we were in was just much more about like authentic reactions and connections. And so therefore, when like newer people came to the community and they reacted with LOL, it felt like really fake. Like there's no fucking way that this dumb joke, that this pathetic attempt, you know, and like we all know we're not that funny anyways. It wasn't like anybody on this particular platform was like a comedian. So, you know, nobody thought they were that funny, but then just have somebody say, literally laugh out loud. You are literally not laughing out loud at this dumb joke. It's not that funny. You would not start laughing out loud unless your humor was puerile and dumb, and anything could make you laugh. If you're like the person who in Idiocracy is just like shouting at your ceiling because somebody got kicked in the nuts, come to that community and type LOL. But we were like really very much against that one in this community, and it's just because he was like the standard and felt real. It felt vulnerable. It felt honest to the level of humor we were capable of, which was not a whole lot. Nobody was laughing out loud at anybody else's jokes. They weren't that funny. And everything else after LOL was just insane. Then it was just like, you're absolutely mental. You are short bus level, just crazy chaos goblin, insane. I could show you a picture of a feather and it would tickle you. Levels of like, you're too easy. So like Raffle, LMAO, Raffle Mao, all of those like superfluous added versions of just, it's funny. Now you're just being pathetic. Nobody thinks it's that funny. And for you to show somebody that level of, you really thought that they were that hilarious, you're gonna fall out of your chair and like roll across the carpet in like gut busting humor. Who the fuck believes you? Nobody believes you. You're probably smirking and typing shit furiously on your keyboard. You're not laughing out loud. And if you are, you weren't a good fit for my community. It was my community, the community I was in. So I feel like, yeah, we were just all like, this also makes us sound like extremely elitist and dicks. Because now everybody who's ever used all of those like higher forms of like laughter is thinking like, oh, D and his people, they're all like big snobs. But I think we just had bad senses of humor. We were bad at telling jokes and we were bad at laughing at them. So in your defense, laugh more. Be the sort of person that can laugh at anything. Don't be like me. Don't be a snob. Where were we? It wasn't, but from now on it will be. Oh, that, wait, what was? I don't understand. I use LOL every 2 sentences, but now I use Lamau every 2 sentences and law every 3 sentences. Damn. Hey, Jam uses he. Good for you. He also had a friend of his over here for the night too, who came here because he got into a fight with his ex-girlfriend, and after she hit him, he slammed her into a wall. Jeez. Because that's a measure response. Oh, it just sounds like drama follows this brother. Wow. So he stayed here for the night while the fucking police were out looking for him, and I had no idea. Damn. That's crazy shit. I would not want to be under the same roof with all that. Kind of amusing. It's a light chuckle, not a hard laugh. Yeah. Well, I feel like, so even though we were really hard, what's the word I'm looking for? Not heavy-handed about LOL. I feel like LOL has changed significantly since the community I was in that was using it. Now I feel like LOL just like lightens everything. You don't use it to mean laughter ever anymore. Today, in this world, I use LOL often, and I use it to like self-deprecate a statement or something, or to like soften a statement that I'm trying to make. Like, you know, if I was like, hey, I'm gonna be the best streamer because of, you know, something I'm gonna do with my Discord server, or like, you know, I'm gonna put this up on Patreon, I'm gonna be the best streamer. I probably type LOL after that because I'm not serious, and I want you to understand that I'm actually self-deprecating by saying anything like that. I'll never be the best streamer. I don't actually want to be the best streamer. I just want to be adequate for this household. Or like when people laugh at their own jokes, but they know they're not funny. I feel like putting LOL at the end of your own joke proves to people that you don't actually think that what you said was worthy of laughter. You're just saying random shit. Or you could just say it to like, lighten your response to somebody so that they know you're not being serious about it. Like somebody said, oh, I just got in a fight with my girlfriend and you know, I don't know if she's gonna take me back. She says she needs a break. And then you say something like, break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar, LOL. You're not trying to like disenfranchise what they're saying. You're just trying to lighten the mood or something. Take their mind off of their troubles. I don't know. This water, man, we need a new filter. So now his friend is in jail. Oh, good. And then about an hour later is when he crashed Mom's trucks. What a lovely night. Beautiful. Yeah, that is a roller coaster. Damn, I'm gonna have to translate that one because as soon as we get into kanji, which is essentially like traditional oh, boku no toto wa baka, right? Baka desu. Yeah. I should have recognized Ototo. It's D. It's the same character as D. DD. It's like 4chan lingo tells users if you're an outsider. That's true too. Yeah, I feel like the community I was in was kind of more like 4chan. We weren't elitists per se, but we were kind of like xenophobic like 4chan is. Like if somebody uses an old 4chan speak, like everybody sort of knows, oh, you know, you belong here and you belonged here for a long time. You know, like the older lingo, or yeah, you're just like communal if you can understand what everybody else says. Whereas if you ask a question about what somebody just said, like, what do you mean witnessed? What does witnessed mean? What do you mean sage? I don't understand. What is that word? Sage like the you mean sage like the herb? No, I mean sage. Like there are things, not to say I use 4chan. 4chan's bad. But yeah, if you use 4chan, you know 4chan speak. If you don't use 4chan, you don't know 4chan speak. It's gotta be moving something. What is it moving? I wish too, like you can use it at perpetually. So whatever you're doing with the pulley, it's moving something. And I don't know what it's moving. What have we been moving all this time? Has anything changed that we can see in this? Whoa. Well, I didn't realize there were stairs right there. In the group I've been with for a while, whenever someone generally laughs out loud, they always respond in a very passive-aggressive manner. How so? What do you mean? Passive-aggressive? Just hearing somebody laugh? Okay, we are seeing that. Is the thingy still there? The skiff is still... It's still like right there, right? No, it looks like it's moved. Did it move? Did it move away from the platform? Shit, we gotta go over there. It looks like it's moved a bit. How many times do you have to flick the beam there? We pulled the lever like twice. Do you have to pull it a whole bunch of times to get the skiff to move? That would be so dumb. Let's go over there and I want to verify with closer eyes than what I got here that thing is actually moving on its own. Yeah, sorry. I'm a degenerate. Sometimes I just randomly use. So I don't talk about like sex and sexuality a lot directly, but I talk about like random benign passive things like food and inanimate objects and human to human relations that are completely platonic, and I use sexual descriptors to talk about them because I'm a degen. It moved. Did you see that? So I can move this. I can move that skiff over there, but what I did is I moved it twice in that direction and then once back. So it looks like we have to like pump it, I don't know, like 10 times or something. Who knows how many times you're gonna have to. And I want to hold my tablet. That's just me. I just want to hold the tablet. But it looks like you could get there. You can get the skiff to the other side. And then what? Would somebody need to be standing on the other side and pump it all the way back to the other platform? What happens when you actually get on it? Will it move for you? Or are you just trapped? Is it just then the skiff's on the side that you can't use it on? Or you get it all the way over here and you can use the ladder and you can climb up onto the skiff's roof, and then that leads to another place, and then you can find that last. I'm really just looking for the last of the codes for the red room in here, inside this plateau. But let's see what we can do with just... We're just going to hit the lever a whole ton of times and see what happens if we do. I've never heard someone use it like that. Yeah, it's because I'm just dumb. Don't listen to my linguistics and make habits. What's up? I don't know how to pronounce your name. 1E1E6? Can I just call you 1E? Is it possible to look at private messages on Instagram? I think so. Not somebody else's private messages, but you could probably look at your own private messages on Instagram. Why does Twitch force you to use... Oh, sorry, you caught behind ads. Munish, if you can still hear the sound of my voice, let me know. If not, I will wait. Let's just see if we can bring the skiff all the way over here. I'm just gonna keep doing this until I can see it on this side of things. I don't know. Does it get stuck in the middle there? Who knows? Whoa, 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 whoa. Instagram account name starts with WC. Why does it start with WC? You know those are the initials for bathroom in the UK, right? Or are you asking me if I would look at my my private messages on Instagram? Are you trying to ask me to join a Discord server where you'll teach me how to get 1,000 followers for very cheap? Why does Twitch force you to use the stupid emojis? I just want :P. Yeah, I wish Twitch was more forgiving in that regard. How many times do I have to... Like, I don't see it coming this way at all. So does it get stuck in the middle somewhere or what? Like, where is it? It's so hard to see from all the way over here. Oh, you sent me a private message. Oh. What could it possibly be? What could somebody from Kick possibly want to private message me on Instagram about? Oh, you just said hi. I'll tell everybody. I hope that's okay. I didn't mean to dox you by telling everyone else what you said to me. But I'll say hi back. Hello. Hi. I did see it. I saw your private message. Muse, if you can still hear. You can ask me a question on live stream. I answer questions with all authenticity. As long as they don't dox my family, I'll tell you anything you want to know. I can also tell you if you're pumping me for money, I don't have it. You pump me for all the money, but I'm here trying to earn money, not give it away. And I don't hire people to make money for me. Not at this phase of my career. Is it moving? There's something there in the middle there, like right there, that might be it. That's either stuck or it is moving. I don't think it's moving. I don't think it's moving. I don't know, maybe it's getting closer. It looks more discernible. Just a question. You can ask as many questions as you like. You know that you asked the right question if I answer it. What were we talking about, Munish? Before the emoji thing. Oh, just about the emoji. I forget. Was I going to say something else related to that topic? Can you reply? You literally just said I have a question, but you didn't ask the question. If you ask the question, I'll reply. If it's going to be something of very private nature, that you don't want the rest of stream to know, you can ask me in that same thread and I'll answer it. But you haven't asked me anything yet. I keep wanting to jump. This game, especially going downstairs, you can see I'm floating down them a little bit. I am getting some air. It's from holding the sprint button and then descending the stairs. You get a little bit of air. But, yeah, it's not, the game won't let you jump. Okay, so if I go back to here, did it get stuck? Or is it far away now and it is working and I just need to press it some like 30 more times to get it to... Wait, where is it? It is there. It's like all the way there in the middle, right? Yeah, it's moving. It is moving. But I don't know that it's, shit. What's maybe if I go to the middle platform, I could see it. Let's try. How do we get there? We have to go back here. And then. Yeah, sorry, Munish. I remember asking you if you could hear the sound of my voice because I was going to keep talking, but then I forgot what it was that I was going to say. I got completely like distracted off my line of thinking, which is fine. It happens. Not too often, but it does happen. Okay, so the skiff. Where's the skiff? Wait, where? You look through here to that platform. So then that platform's thingy. Is that the skiff there? It would be this track, right? I can't tell. Or is it past that? Or is it there? Might be. Can we use this to see better? I feel like I have an angle on this from here. You're gonna say, Mish, you're so freaking epic sauce. Well, now you heard me say it. You can use that to voice train an AI version of my voice. Keep plus ultra-ing. That sounds like me. That sounds like something I would say. Plus ultra-ing. Right there. It's right there. So is it stuck there? What's going on? I don't see... I don't see anything stopping it. I don't see anything stopping it. Hey, 1E, can you still hear me? First of all, why do you have such different names on Kick and Instagram? What sort of racket are you pulling? It looks like it should still be able to go. Is there something you need to like click? Munish, I'd say, based on the interactions that we've had so far on stream, you should keep plus ultra-ing, because, yeah, you're doing a great job. Um, 1E, can you still hear the sound of my voice? Wait, is it... Which one? Oh, we are at the home. Duh, I'm stupid. We're back at the home. Also, if you can stick around and have like the level of conversation that we have and the lack of advancement in game that we have in this in this community, then you're definitely you're a good fit for us. I feel like just spending 5 minutes in a stream with me is its own sort of litmus test of are you a fit for this? Do you belong here? Because if all you want is to see more forward gameplay, you need to find literally anybody else on stream. Yeah. Okay, So, found out you can come this way and just jump down the stairs. It's pretty cool. This this Mistman, this version of Mistman is definitely much more parkour-y. It sounds like a name of somebody. Hey, my name is Corey and I love the parkour. They call me Parkoury. Okay. Can we now make this move more and more this way? Is it going to, or is it like stuck in the middle now? Let's give it like 5 more pumps and just see what it does. Is it moving? If I look, does it stop moving? Yeah, I'll just look over this way. Come on. Wait, did it stop? Oh, okay, cool. For a second, it was like I couldn't click on it anymore, and I was like, oh my gosh. I think we moved the skiff enough times. Oh, it is coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. I see it. You're kidding me, though. You've got to be kidding me. Look at how slow it's going. We can get it all the way over here, but come on. Yeah, oh yeah. It looks like it, yeah, it's on the way. When we step on it, who's gonna move it? It's not this isn't Myst Uru. We don't have another player. We don't have Oz here waiting to click on my thing. Click on my button. Also, there's like this weird, oh, I guess there's another rivet over here. Like, what are these rivets for? I think they're just art. But if I can get this all the way over here and then I stand on it, I have no idea what I'm doing next. It's like a dog chasing a car. I'm gonna catch up to it and I have no idea what the hell to do next. I know that's kind of like that's a turn of phrase, right? Like, oh, I'm like a dog chasing cars. When you say you're like a dog chasing cars, you mean you're ambitious towards something, but you don't really know what you're doing. Like somebody who started a collection, but you're not like really trying to, you're not trying to resell anything. Like what if you just started collecting comic books, but you don't know the resale value and you're opening them and reading them anyway. So you really don't know why you're buying all the comic books. You're just doing it. Good God, this took for, like how many freaking, oh, finally you open. Oh, it has its own little lever in the middle. Oh, so you can move it on its own. Okay. Yes, I just went French stir from Third Rock. So I guess there's a thing. 1E, can you still hear the sound of my voice? Okay, well, we're gonna hop in the skiff. And pull the lever, I suppose. Pull the lever, Crank. Wait, is this even a lever? It doesn't have an interactive thing. What is the... This is a lever, right? Okay, what's wrong? What do we have to do first? Do we have to close the doors? Close the gates? Yeah. Oh, we climb the ladder. Yeah. We can. Wait, what? Oh, is it because I'm holding the tablet I can't climb the ladder? Oh. Seriously? It looks like that's the case. We will put the tablet down. Oh my gosh. What a troll move. You can hold this thing and like run around with it and cast all your magic spells and everything. But you can't actually... Well, here's what we'll do. Because what if we need this to scribe the last mark or whatever? What we can do... Maybe... is put this on that platform, teleport back here, and then we use the skiff to the other platform, and then we pick it up from there. Yeah, we set it there. Set it on there. And then we go back. Okay, we're back. We're back. We have to go all the way back to the skiff. Yeah. Because Wunny, our new friend, is not like answering on Kick Chat. I'm gonna tell you all what we're talking about on the side. You probably heard me do some furious clickety clacking on the side. So he decided to DM me in like private secret message or whatever on Instagram. I was like, oh, cool, what's up? And he sent me it's like a soccer player that looks like they're both running and crossing themselves, you know, like Catholic Father, Son, Holy Spirit thing. I don't remember what it's called. I'm not Catholic, so that thing. Oh, you just look straight up. Then what? Then what? Can I not climb, or do I have to press something? Jump forward? It looked like I got on it. Can I climb this side? What's going on? And so they, yeah, it looked like somebody, you know, doing the Catholic thing. And they asked if I knew what that meant. I was like, oh, I don't know. Because I felt like I was kind of being trolled. So I was like, I don't know. Oh, there we go. And they're like, well, what do you think it means? I was like, I don't know, like thanking God. Usually if you're a soccer player, you're a sports person, you're right in the middle of playing your sport and you do something religiously symbolic. It's probably like a, you know, thanks, blessings to me, thanks God, whatever. And they're like, what's your religion? I was like, oh, I don't know. I'm just not answering questions to somebody random on Instagram. No. Like, if you know, they put the video back on the thread. If you know, do not hesitate to answer. Like, what does that mean? Do not hesitate to answer. Like, well, I told you what I guessed it what it was. You know, what if I'm wrong? What's a clip of somebody doing something, I don't know, weird or nefarious? Or what if it's AI generated? Who knows? So I felt weird about it. I was like, I don't know, just guessing. I looked at him do the move. I took a guess. And well, I don't know what to do up here. And he said, thank you, brother. It was a pleasure meeting you. I'm so glad it could be so helpful. And then again, if you know what this is, please answer. So weird. So confused. What just happened? So this lever is non-interactive now that we got this all the way over here. We can climb up on top of the platform, but I don't know what we're doing. Oh, now they're deleting all of the messages. They deleted I guess it wasn't a pleasure meeting me. They're deleting everything. Amazing. Amazing. What a great, I love the internet. Well, I'm glad I was able to do the play-by-play on live stream, so we have a record of it somewhere, you know, in case this got nefarious. Yeah, there's like no, guess they're embarrassed. It could be an embarrassment thing. I don't know. Like, well, so if I had a question about something online, would I ask a streamer? I mean, I'm a brainy Smurf streamer. If you want to ask me something, I probably have good answers. But not when I'm feeling trolled. I'll probably try to troll you back. Okay, so I don't. Does this need to be over like even one more? Can we do like one more pump of the Pump and dump. If we do one more pump. Oh, I think it got stuck. You see that? Nothing's working. It's just doing a weird... Maybe it's doing a timer. Because why else would it be so slow to... Go, go, go. Okay, it don't go. That's not it. What if we send it out one and then run to it real fast? Can we do that? Go. Go. Ah, son of a bitch. Okay, that's not it. And look at how slow that was. That only... It went out like... of 2 feet maybe in in-game world. That's so weird. Let's bring it back again. Open those gates. It's an Oz face. It's an Oz face. Hi. Welcome everybody. Hi, you lovely goblin raiders. Welcome on in. I do have my local internet friend who I ask questions instead of ChatGPT. You're tempting fate asking ChatGPT too.
You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
It's an Oz. Oh wow, people. Yep, it is a Gobbo raid. Hi, Gobbos. If you're watching my stream and you have not encountered on Twitch and YouTube officially multi-streaming in HD the streamer of Oz, please go send them some love.
Oh, hot.
Have fun.
All right.
Are you just... Oh, you're eating something sour. That must have been really sour. Oz handles sour really, really well. So for her to make that sour face, it must be real heckin' sour. Yep. Okay. Back to the ladder. We climb in, we climb in. It's so weird to do click movements in a game where everything else is free move. So what is... Do we have to click on this and like release the... Oh, can we click on the... I literally cannot look up high enough to like engage with all the pulley system and everything up here. Oh, I guess I can. You just have to kind of be like angled at it. But I wish you could just... There was like a release up here. Because otherwise, why climb up? Why get to the roof of this thing if there isn't like a button or a pulley or a something that's like, all right, I got up here and now we can screw around. Yeah. Back here again. We can only do this with no tablet too, which is interesting. It really stymies me that you finally get this skiff over here and the lever just won't do the thing. That is wild to me. Because obviously it's powered. Obviously you can move this by pressing the controls over there. So why would this lever on the skiff not work? And we can move it away again. It's not stuck here either, such that the platform controls stop working. And then you get here and you'd be like, oh, look, it's jammed or it broke once it came all the way over here and now it's stuck. You know, there's like nothing, no indication that there's anything wrong with the system that we're on. You come up here on the roof, there's no reason to be here. The only thing I can think of is that the roof is there so that when you get this to the other side, you can climb up off the skiff. But then we couldn't climb onto the skiff when we were... whatever, when we were on the other side. So then, and there's no other controls here. This big thing is not a button. Oh, do we move? Oh, maybe it won't go. Maybe the lever won't go because it's in this orientation. We flip this to say like, okay, now it is in this orientation. Now the lever is active. Yeah? Shit. Why wasn't that it? that was an obvious answer. Damn it, that was perfect. That was perfect. It's inactive because it was still the pulley was still set to pull toward this side, and we've gone as far as we can. We've oriented this to the proper direction, and that should make the lever work. Damn it. You can walk right through the lever too, which is kind of disconcerting. Most things that are engaged, you can engage with them in this game. You can't walk through them. They have collision. This has no collision. And no engagement at any level, not even at the bottom. The ladders are engageable. The doors are not engageable. That'd be another thing, is being able to, like, move the doors in any sort of way, but no. Also, if you see me, like, randomly walk away or, like, strafe to the side in a really odd way, like, oh, let me get way back here and take a look at things. Let me, like, pull real far away from something. The game is doing that. There are just some instances where, as you're walking, the game thinks you've done an auto run in that direction. And so sometimes I'll be, like, backing away, and the game will just keep walking backwards until I bump into a wall or until I figure out that the game's auto moving me, and then I can stop it. But it's super weird, right? And it happens rarely, but you'll see it happen again, I'm sure. Just like it happened recently, why I decided to mention it. Sometimes the game will just, like, get locked in the direction you're walking and keep going in that direction. Your inseam in this game is just really high. Oh, yeah, I'm just walking over it, like, broop, broop. It's not touching my crotch at all. Your legs, neck, and head. Oh, God. This version of Mistman is horrifying. What an abomination. Okay, so you can still see the thing down there, too. Our little secret glyphs. The glyphs that we've, again, already written down. These glyphs, you can see them from, like, every angle in this level, apparently. Why be able to bring this all the way over here? I worked so hard at it. I don't want to send it back. Unless you get it all the way over here and then it opens something up on the other side. Could we? That seems dumb. Like you did all of that pumping just to leave this platform and go to the other side. That's like, oh, hey, the platform's way on the other side. Now you can open the door in the dome or something. But there's no rhyme. There'd be no reason for that. Give it a shot. Just because this game also is very much like the developers randomly threw some ideas down, and the more things you try, the more things you can scratch off your list that they work or don't work, I guess. Or maybe you have to hold the tablet to use the lever, but I feel like I did that already. Boop. Well, so much for this door working that way. You can, that's interesting. You can, like, hold the button down and then what? Just hold it. I'm just groping the button. But yeah, this won't. This doesn't engage. Still no engage. There's nothing around the backside. It's literally just this one step down here. Also, and I mentioned this the last time we streamed the game, but just because it happened again recently, the where your cursor is will also glitch, or where your view is. So I'll just randomly, like, be like, eh, just like a Tourette's, like, tick off to the side, and that I didn't flick the trackball. It just, the game just does that to you. Yeah, I wish you could just jump, just from here, just jump on down. Why not? Why shouldn't you be able to? Do I have to bring the skiff all the way back here and move it, like, just one step away from where it was docked? And maybe this little platform lets you jump onto it? That would be so painful, like, so annoying. I can't think of anything else. I also don't know how many, because look, you walk over to this edge and you actually, you step down. Do you see that? There's like a little bit of a down lip. So it's like it's posturing you in there. Fucking hell, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna put this back on the plinth. Otherwise, we can't use the ladder. And we're gonna go back to home. And God, what time is it? Still got time. This is just such an annoying back and forth between these two areas for stuff that I don't even know is like working, because these are just guesses, but they're long form tasks to set myself to on a hunch, but they seem like plausible, or else I wouldn't even go down this path. What I should do, I'm still gonna do this one, but what I should do in the future is, if something's gonna be a time sink, like, oh, this is gonna take me 100 clicks or like 10 minutes to do something, I should ask you guys, am I going down the right path? Or should I not? Should I abandon this line of thought? But this one I'm just gonna do, I'm just gonna do it this way. I'm just gonna make this happen. How many licks does it take to get this platform all the way across, all the way back to the other side? There's no way to know. It's 3. That's 4. 5. I don't want to count this out loud. Anyway, let's lower the volume on this because it's super loud and annoying. Yeah, it's interesting to have somebody like ask me about like religious symbolism, if that's what it is, if that's what the person's doing. Like when I see somebody, I don't even want to put it on stream, because if it's some sort of like troll or like weird thing, or it's like a, I don't know, like a neo-Nazi or something, I don't want to platform some random dude in a soccer jersey, I don't know. But it looks like a guy running on a soccer field wearing a soccer jersey. Maybe it's even AI generated, who knows. And he's like moving his hands in a way that's sort of like, you know, the Catholic hand motion that I've seen so often, and I don't 100% know the meaning. I've seen it in movies where it kind of looks like it's sort of like oh, let me ward off the bad thing that just happened, or the bad thing someone said, or whatever. Or as sort of like I'm gathering up my gumption to start something that requires courage or focus, or who knows. So also, like, the one that we're looking for is the circle with the upper left. Well, that doesn't, like, it doesn't matter which one I'm looking for. We need the glyph for it, not where it is on the map, right? It's still moving, right? Still looks like it's moving. God, now I'm just like squinting at pixels. It kind of makes you wonder, like, how many different religions have like a hand motion associated with them. You know, like, how do you put your hands together? How do you show like you're praying? How do you show a greeting to somebody else? Is there anything like religiously specific there? I feel like a lot of religions don't like overtly show themselves in that manner. Okay, I'm getting bored. Let's just go see how many how close or how far we are. I promised myself I was gonna deal with this, but I ended up dealing with other stuff. So the reason why this is still the long, annoying alert that it is, sorry Instagram, you quit like hours ago, is because I was gonna tackle him my admin night, which is usually Friday nights, which would be last night for me. And what happened was, I've been messing with Social Stream Ninja, which is a nice chat tool. I don't want to say like the thing it does for chat, because there are people who disagree with methodology. Anyways, it's a really good tool. You should look it up. Social Stream Ninja. And it wasn't doing something I wanted it to do. I wanted the OBS doc to do one thing, and the browser source for OBS to do another. Oh, it's not even here. Wait, where the hell? Oh, it's way out there still. Jeez, I still have so many pumps to go, if you know what I mean. Let's go back. What an annoying... Like, how are you supposed to see or understand that when it's just like minuscule pixels on a screen? Oh, I guess you could use the telescope to stare at it. Let's do that. Can we grab the telescope, look at that platform? Then we don't have to do as much running back and forth like this, because this is... I mean, what, this is just a few seconds of my life each time I do this, walking through this dead, empty landscape of stone and not much else. But yeah, if we did this, if we looked from here, this is the platform. This is the one that we were looking at. And oh, do you notice this code is underneath this hole? The other code that we saw was underneath the opposite hole. Is there another one of these like purple platform things that maybe if we found another one of these, we'd find the last code? Okay, I think that's basically set up where I should be able to see it well enough. Now I just have to like go down this, pull the lever a few times, and then go back up and just check the telescope and see how we did. Oh, we'll keep doing this. But last night I ended up talking to the lead developer. He's also the lead developer of VDO Ninja, which is this sort of like, it's like Zoom, like a teleconferencing service, but it's free. It's browser based, which basically made me think, if you do Zoom, but it's those two things, it's gonna be real bad. You do a browser source, oh, there's no like central server, it's like peer-to-peer sending of this content. I'm like, this is gonna be like so pixely and broken or lagged, or it's good. Yeah, it's just awful. Like when Zoom is at its worst, the lag is just an awful thing. If you've ever been in a Zoom call and somebody's been talking, like hosting a meeting or going through a monologue or whatever, and they just talk and talk and talk. What happens when you have Zoom and lag, lag and Zoom, is they will stop talking for a little bit, or they'll slow down a little bit, like their speech is slowing, and then Zoom, oh, there it is. There's the last one. There's the last one. So we just need, I know it's the last because the wheel stopped spinning. We just do one more this way, and we're going to go back and see if just one crank off lets us get on top of the roof.
What's wrong, Doug?
Eh?
Nothing, nothing.
Eh? Triple self-care, you say? If you say so. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate you. It speeds up their voice. It like it cuts out as much as it can, while it tries to conserve like the consonant sounds, it sounds like, but closes or clips all of the vowel sounds. And then they're talking really fast, and it's like they're just trying to catch up with everything, and it's just a little bit unnatural in the way that they're trying to speak, because they're suddenly talking a lot faster than they usually do. And it's off. It's not as bad as just like unmitigated lag, but it's a really off-putting solution to a problem that could have been resolved in maybe some other way than I need to hear you talking at like Ben Shapiro or Destiny speeds of chat to try to catch up with everybody. Ugh, I actually needed the stretch part of that self-care very much. And back and neck are just like overwrought. Today was a pretty active day. The most active was kind of a weird spot though, and that was us playing Monster in Home Depot. Can I jump down there now? I moved it. I moved it by one click. It looks like it's like it absolutely looks within my reach. Come on. I could do the one more click back and see if maybe I just had the wrong angle, or if there was like a click to engage or activate part that I missed. But this absolutely looks like it's in line to just step right down. Let's go back and do one more click up because we can't do it from here. We have to port back. We'll put it all the way back up again. So annoying. This walk of shame here. Have anybody ever had a walk of shame before? You have to leave somebody's house in the wee early hours in the morning, and you put on your clothes, slightly mussed up, and maybe a little bit torn, maybe a little bit wet, dirty. You didn't think you and that person would ever do what you just did moments ago. And now they've asked you to leave, or you gotta leave. One of you has work, something like that. Oh, so here's the thing. You angle it this way. Give it that. And then I don't know if you can control it from that side. So let's angle it this way. So we know if we do anything from that side, if there's not a direction control on it, we've put that on there now. We've now put the direction back to this platform again. Why? I don't know, but I feel like it's gonna be something smart. Or real walk of shame is if you don't have everything, you know, you couldn't find your underwear, you were in a rush and you got everything on but your pants, and you just gotta go. You're dodging the wrath of their partner or something like that. That's a real walk of shame. I've never had anything quite like that. I have had to hide before. It wasn't. It's a very complex story. It wasn't their partner. Okay, so it's back all the way back to Unity, as far over as I get. Yeah, the door's open right there, and I could just. Oh, you can. Have I do? No way. No way. Did I just not have it all the way up? That's what she said. Or he said. I brought it all the way over there and all the way back. What a waste of my time. How did I not make this happen? I absolutely thought that this was as far against this as it could possibly go. Look, this is still not engageable. What the heck? They really don't want you using the skiff on its own for some reason. Oh, and here they have their own controls for this here too. Okay, so we got into the place you're not allowed to get into. Oh my god. I didn't think I was going to make any forward. Oh, there's a down. Oh, never mind. There's no down. Those stairs are broken, and that's an abyss down there. You gonna be streaming late? I don't want to. I started late, but I want to stream late. I just made my first forward progress in like 3 hours. So I'm going to stay up and see where this goes, but I'm probably not going to push the envelope too much tonight. But if you're feeling sleepy, I don't know. Why were you asking? Were you going to try to stay up? Because that might be dangerous for you. Okay, so we're looking through a panopticon of, or not a panopticon, through some sort of thing. Is this looking at the other tower, or is this just a reflection of what I'm seeing behind me, or what? And what are these? Oh, it's one of these things. It's the mini game where you get brighter or darker. You light this up all the way, you get light, but this wasn't, or you get power. But this was different in the other one. You had that whole big red room. This one's easier. Give me full bright. Full bright. It's gotta be like right there. What about this side? Is there another brighter than this area? Oh, maybe. What about down there? Nothing's that bright on that angle. Oh, there it goes. I didn't do anything. That's not the brightest. I guess it's working now. I felt like I found brighter than that in another orientation. Well, regardless, it now power. And if that now power, maybe all these buttons now power, yeah? So we can't go up here until we press this to give us the stirs. Streamer Vaz, can you hear me? Why'd you ask if I was streaming late? I want to be able to see that up close. No, I don't want to. I already have this same exact map from the other room. Yeah. So nothing new or special there. There's a glyph. There's a new glyph. And I got my piece to do the glyph just outside. And guess what? Because we're living in 2025, I'm just gonna screenshot this thing and stick it in my my Notion page where I keep stuff like this so I don't have to remember anything ever. Who wants memories? All right, that's part of my repertoire now. All right, there. That'll just lead back down. Well, that will close the stairs. This should open the door. Door is ajar. Nope, it's just a door. Ugh. Okay, we're back out. My little thingy is right over here. Boom. Let's do some art, shall we? Oh, you finish all three of these and you're finished with the age. Maybe this one's home. And then these are the three other teleports. Yeah, let's give it a shot. We have straight down the middle. And then a crossy thing there. And there's a little circle. It lives right inside the little crook there. There's a little circle, but it's kind of up here. It's a little bit farther away. And then we're just gonna set that down on the ground and be like, hey, Borrow, how would you like to touch my plinth? Do it. Cast the spell. Oh, everything's gone bright. Oh, would you look at that? The world is moving so fast. The stars in the sky, the nebulae, the winds and the clouds, and I have chills. Do you guys have chills? I'm gonna grab my stone back, and we're gonna go. Hello? Just make a weird sound too. What did we learn from all of this? Everything's weird, but I don't know why it's weird. I expected to get another platform there, and I did not. The big moon's not moving that fast. Oh, that like galaxy there is moving fast. Oh, all of these cables are now wiggling. Okay. Should I have come back here? I'm hearing like weird sounds too. Oh, well, hello there, buddy. That thing's moving fast too. Wait, everything got slow again. What did we do? What did we do or didn't we do? Yeah. I don't see necessarily anything changed there, but the white light faded. This is now frozen here. No, that timer's still going. What does that mean? What if we did the thing with the circle here? That's just the rising sun with the line and then the bottom right. Well, what if we did that? Did those exist here? There's that. And then this one would be, oh right, you have to like let go of your cursor. Just the bottom right square. Like that one, right? Would be that one. What happens if we do that? Do get you where you need to go? That's where the circle is. I don't know if that's right. If that thing is like a clock, then I super don't know what we're doing. Everything's slow again now, which makes me sad. We had like such a weird chilling moment with this age, and then the chill disappeared. Makes me confused. What did we do? Why does the time moving fast matter? It must. That thing is definitely like a clock. But nothing out here changes based on time. Whoops, didn't mean to set you down. I'm sorry. Wait, can we do the spell again? We dropped it. We've already got the... Are you going to cast my spell again? He took it. Bastard. I have to go all the way back for it. I don't even know that I need it in my hands. But I was kind of curious if you could cast the speed time spell twice. If you laid the stone down second time, maybe you get the white glow again, maybe you get speed again. Oh, well, it doesn't have the thing. That might be part of it. They wiped the slate clean. In fact, look at this. Oh wait, it's down over here instead of over there. I didn't expect that. What if we just click it? It draws it for us? Can we click it, set it down, and then get the time? Time speed? Do time speed. Give me time speed. Hell yeah. Alright, give me that. We got time speed back, so we could do this. When we go see the clock, it disappears, so that makes me not want to see the clock. Don't do the clock yet. Is it a timer? Maybe we were in the room with the clock and that was good, but we ran out of time on this spell because we were just ogling the world. Let's just see if we can see anything different from looking through the telescope while this all is happening. Like suddenly, because it's windy and fast world times, the secret to the last glyph is clear. It's obvious. I don't see anything different through the telescope. I wager the other telescopes don't have it either. Let's go back in the clock room again and just like observe. We won't get too close in case it's like you get locatively close to the controls and that freezes the time for you. I just want to understand because this room is really evocative with the time speed. No, see that? It faded on its own. Faded on its own. It didn't even go in there. So what if we do it again And drop it. Drop it. And you give me speed. You work for me. Oh, look, you can get so close. Look like ant people. Okay, look at this. You can walk right up. Will it immediately freeze? No, it will not. So then, what is the thing? Is it just that I can see all 4 things? I don't even know if I'm getting the right screenshots. Ugh. I can't even do my screenshot command. Why is that? What am I supposed to see here? There. No. 1, 3, 6, 9. Yeah. And then the line is going 4, 3, or 5, 3, 5, 4, 3, 2. Yeah, 5, 4, 3, 2. Hi, Stuart. And then the numbers on the sides are not changing. So we need, oh God, I accidentally put it in Chinese input. That's why my screenshot button wasn't working anymore. So that's interesting. So I guess we could say about this is, wait, we did have this other glyph that we saw too, but we haven't used that. Oh, it's not for this glyph stone though. Had a mini, not quite panic attack when my 3D printer seemed like it was trying to break itself. Good, what happened? Good God, man. We could say that the O's are 1, 3, 5. I was saying 9. I'm dumb. 1, 3, 5, and 7. One, 3, 5, 7. And we'd say the vertical lines are when the O is in the 5 position, the vertical line is in the 3 position, and then it would be in the 2 position. Before that it would be in 4, before that would be in 5. So we have, but then these are also, this dumb clock thing is moving, which we can't get it to stop moving. Do we look for a place where they're in the same orientation? That doesn't exist. But if we want, well, the circle isn't like the left numbers and the line the right numbers, or that would make it easy. They both have numbers on both sides. I don't know what all these numbers are off the top of my head, frankly. Don't remember. But when this line is aligned up, does that make sense for what we're looking at here? This is, it's the bottom right. The bottom left. Why would it change? I feel like the clock is telling me that this one would change. Or maybe it's describing the other one that can't be described, but then this one would still have to have an answer to it. So right now that's set to that one, but you can't make it blink right now. And the clock just keeps moving. Did an update that seems to have fixed it. Oof. Also have to change the, I don't know what that is, the sheet, which is tedious and a little stressful. Okay. I don't know. I feel like we got pretty far. This might be a place for me to start trying to wind down. At the 4-hour mark, I wanted to do a stream through 5 hours of content, but we went past 3, which is when I'd usually quit stream, but we started so late. Why would we make this go fast? I don't understand what the clock is pointing at. Now we're like backing away. It happened again, the automatic movement. Clock is pointing at really just the, well, I mean, it's pointing at a whole line if you look at the shadow, but the hand is really just pointing at the left. But these are all 2-number systems. So, okay, it's going to go all the way to the top, and then it's going to reset. It's going to flip the pillar to another setting. This game could use a sprint function. This game has a sprint function. Watch, this is actually how I would walk in the game normally. It's pretty fast, actually, for a walk for a game of this style. But the sprint is significantly better. This is sprinting. I feel like sprinting is just a lot better. I just sprint everywhere, even if it makes it harder for my character to like be controlled. All right, that's going to come all the way to the top, and then what? It's freeze? But it was flipping columns before, or is it still going up? It's still moving up, I think. Yeah, it looks like it's moving up. It's just, what a slow, annoying, deliberate thing, and that you can't stop it. So it's always pointing at different numbers, which is really harassing. It makes me feel like you need to know what it's going to be and get ready for it. When it reaches the very top line there, will the column shift? And then what? Does it go downwards? Or does the arm go all the way back to the bottom and keep going up? Or what is going on? It hasn't flipped. Does the arm go all the way up and then all the way back down again? Is it moving down right now? Are my eyes deceiving me? I was just like staring at this arm, just figuring out what the hell. You sit corrected? Good. Okay, so, oh, the arm's moving out. The arm is moving away. Gotcha. It's gonna give the column space, so then the column is gonna do a spinny spin. But this one, well, I feel like this one we sorted out, didn't we? We moved it somewhere, or maybe this is the one that's controlled by that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know. We got the speed, time, ability, which affects this significantly. So let me see the clock moving. But I don't know what happens when you see the clock moving. I think I'm just too tired to make whatever logical leap is next to be able to decide like I know what to do with the rest of the stream. We might just call it here. Let's go back to this platform though. This platform's like fully unlocked now. So you can just walk in to the dome. We can also look from out here to see if anything's changed since we did a speed boost. We can also look through the top of this. Can you do that from down where the telescope thing is? It's pointed back at the first platform, but there's really nothing there for me to stare at. Or what was I pointing at? Nothing important. It was like that. Is there anything in the top part of this hole here? It doesn't look like it. No, it's just, that's like metal rivet design over there. It's nothing really. Okay, I think we found the one thing, the one secret that was supposed to be here. Although I hate that this skiff thing moves and you can't actually use it to travel between the platforms. I just want to. It doesn't even look like it's that fast as far as travel goes. It just looks like, it just looks fun. Just looks fun to do. Now that this is fully powered, what happens if we raise the stairs in this room? What happens if we raise the stairs in this room, I said? Is there anything neat in here or nah? It's just kind of the same as the other room. You get to see this up close, which doesn't teach us anything per se. So the blue are the platforms you can teleport to, and the red are the platforms you're trying to like configure for whatever reason. They're configured from the red room in the center platform. This, we now know the green is the skiff. What I'm calling a skiff. Weird platform or whatever. Here's our time travel spell. I don't feel like we get anything else from this room. Got the tram working. I figured out how to get into this room. So I figured one thing out about it. So is the roomie, dinner, etc. It's time and nice bad for me. Oh, it's all good. I mean, everything's going to be on YouTube forevs. So, you know. You ever miss anything, you know where to get it. Ever play Chrono Trigger? I played Chrono Trigger enough times to get maybe 7 or 8 of the 13 endings. So yeah, I've played a little bit of Chrono Trigger. Trying to decide if it's worth trying to emulate it. Have you never played the game before? I think 1, trying to emulate, and 2, trying to live stream it, you would get a lot of great engagement because people would love to see somebody first time play that game, I think. Yeah, I think we're just at a place where it's probably a great time for me to try quitting. Cause like we have like how I said that, I don't know, my brain is absolutely fuzzy tonight. To try quitting, to get some sleep now because I only have 2 of the components for the red room for certain. I only have 2 codes. I have no leads to the other codes. I have a spell that moves the clock. I have no leads as to what the clock does. So, oh, you know, so, well, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. The circle and the line are never on the same thing at the same time. They just can't be. But this arm is now off to the side. On one of these orientations, it was across, which means when it's across the line, it makes a plus, like the map shows the plus sign circle. And then when it's across the circle, it makes the circle with the... that doesn't make any sense. You still wouldn't be able to know which one's the left number and which one's the right number. If you were picking one number for the line and one number for the circle, it doesn't make any sense. Never played it, but have seen a little bit of it played. I'm getting most of the cast as Prince for free next month. Oh, cool. I've wanted to try it. Yeah. I'd recommend streaming it just because So many people would love to see a first playthrough if you'd be willing to do so. There's a thing you haven't done yet. Oh, good. More stuff from like. I feel like I've wandered every bit of dirt and grass and clicked and pushed against ledges and looked through the telescopes at every angle and stared at the stars. Like, I'm really trying to do the Myst thing in this game and just like soak in everything. Ponder whether there's something in the constellations. Look at the pillars in the distance and think maybe they're part of the puzzle. Look at the walls, click on every cable, try to ride the skiff and find it. Just like, I feel like I've really tried everything. And then to hear there's something I haven't tried, I'm like, I don't even know what I haven't tried 20 times now. Because I feel like I've looped in this particular age so many times. You all are just watching me like touch the same things, ponder the same stones, look in the same distances over and over and over and over and over. When you finish your stream, can you feed the kitties? I just really don't want to go downstairs. I don't blame you. I'm surprised you're still up. I will happily make sure the kitties are fed and loved upon a little bit before I come upstairs. I'm already down here, so not a big deal. I technically have it on a handheld emulator someone gave me. Maybe not the greatest experience. The thing's got like 10,000 games ranging from old arcade games to PS1. I've seen this sort of thing before, yeah. Seen them on like Raspberry Pis and handhelds and all sorts of different things. You can kind of have myriad games from different systems. Yeah. Well, yeah, tonight's not a night where I'm going to start exploring all the things that I've already done to try to find the thing that I haven't done. So I was going to have to wait till next Saturday for sure. I've definitely brain cooked at this point. But honestly, we got a lot done. Like, I somewhat impressed when we first started this stream. We had found the first glyph, and we didn't know what to do with it. I forget which one of you basically told me I had to set this down on the ground, because if I didn't do that, I would be I'd be drawing all sorts of funny stuff on the tablet and have no clue what to do. You telling me, whoever it was, to set the tablet down saved tonight's stream, because once I did that, then we got like the other glyphs and the other platforms and got more loose travel around this area. We also went back up the elevator and opened up more of the Nexus area that led us here. And so I feel like we made progress. It's, this isn't a game to make fast progress on. You have to, like, contemplate the rust on the rings and stare at the floor tiles for the ones that are missing and wonder why they're missing. Like, it's a game where you sit and contemplate a lot. So at least I got good chat with you guys, and we had a good time. We made some good progress. Again, just like last stream, largely in part because somebody said something. If y'all hadn't told me how to pull up the tablet, I would have never. I think I would have been 110% stuck in this game. If I didn't know that you could move the tablet from that corner down there, I would have, zero success in any of the puzzles. I'd be begging for hints at that point. And if somebody didn't say, put the tablet on the ground, tonight's stream would have been another 5 hours of me literally just wandering around, clicking on non-clickable things the whole stream and getting nothing done whatsoever. Yeah. You done oodles of looping around the age? Oh yeah, sure have. So much looping. But then you went over to that other dome island and turned on some power, which might do more than open a door. No idea. No clue whatsoever. You just get to listen to David Ogden steers. teach you in this age just didn't. Oh, because he teaches you in another age, like how to play the game. Is that what you're saying? I mean, here's another thing. Oz and I were talking about this today, just as far as the Myst games go. Like, this was back in an era that was when there were user manuals for games. And I almost think maybe it's start of next stream. I'm not going to do it tonight, right now. But maybe the start of next stream, just pull up the Myst 5 user manual and read it, just so we have a basis of like things that, you know, you should know before playing a game. Because games used to come with manuals. You used to read the manual before you played the game. And if you got stuck, they'd be like, oh crap, I don't know what to do. You go and you grab the manual, and the manual will tell you or remind you or like hint at, like, by the way, if you ever get stuck, you do this thing, or like try one of these 3 things with your controls or whatever. Like, I'm sure Myst 1's manual probably said something like, if a left click doesn't work, left click and hold. No, Toady, you saved the game. Just kidding, I will save the game. As soon as I remember how to save this game. Is it?
What's wrong,
oh, it's not here.
That's another thing.
Damn.
I'm right as the mail.
Is it,
Easy.
I don't think it was that one. Is it, this one? No, it wasn't that one. One of these is save the game. Is it you? Nope. Not this. Oh, it is here. Yeah, it is here. Wait. How do I make sure I save a game? Or does it just save? I forget you can type here. There's restore saved game. I don't want to restore any of these saved games. I want to go backwards. But there's no, you know, just like hold down on this page and suddenly you've saved it. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Sorry. I can't save the game. Hopefully when I quit the game, it just saves it, because I don't know. I didn't read the manual. Whether you got a frictionless wipe stuck in my head. Lame. The first, oh, it's the blue orb? Wait, what? Did I already do it then? I already did it. Do it again. That sounded like screenshot. Oh, there it is. Oh, there's 2. Oh. Let's delete that one. Cool. You don't have to use all the points this time? Oh, to get me to save the game? Yeah, it's so many channel points, right? If you click the point, okay. So as long as I've got that orb clicked. Cool. Yeah, we'll call it there. Yeah, I've considered making a what's the word I'm looking for? A video essay on puzzle games, since I'm new to the genre as of what, like 2023 or whatever. So I'm only 2 years into the genre. We started with all the most like unfair games. Not started with, actually. We played through Maniac Mansions 1 and 2, which were fine. There are some pretty cryptic puzzles, but you know, chat got me through them, whatever. And then we played more cryptic inventory based puzzle solving, which again, without chat, probably wouldn't have gotten through it. And then it only got worse. It just got worse from there. Playing through every King's Quest, every Monkey Island. The Monkey Islands weren't terrible, but the PlayStation one was pretty awful. And then going through the Myst series of games, which, you know, so many people in their heart of hearts thought that those were like the pinnacle of puzzle. And I feel like the Myst games are really puzzle light. Like, especially after playing all those other series of games. Maniac Mansion, King's Quest, and Monkey Island especially. Those series have puzzles in them. There are, like, regions where you kind of need to do a map. There are, you know, like number, inventory combining, like just all sorts of different types of puzzles. And then Myst 1 already started to feel like it was a conglomeration of puzzles to some degree, but it was also kind of bullshitty, and like they're just things that they just like hid from you, either in the control scheme or like visually hid from you, and that started to feel kind of cheap. And then after that, I feel like they got just worse and worse and worse. Myst 3 with Amateuria, like definitely a high point though, like especially after Riven and before Myst 4, that 3 felt like at least things might have start going in the right direction, and that just didn't. Like 4 Uru and this one, just not really. And so it surprises me that people, especially in today's world, that they have games like Portal, like the Talon Principle or whatever it's called, like Blueprints, stuff like that. Like they would think back to these and still call them puzzle games. I don't feel like they're puzzly enough. They're interesting lore games, but there's a lot of we thought a certain way, bet you can't think this way too sort of puzzles, which I think are more like riddles. And I feel like the problem between a riddle in real life and a riddle in a game is, in real life you could just punch the riddle person. I'm just kidding, you don't want to punch them, but if somebody tells you a riddle and you can come up with a really good answer that satisfies all of their premises, then you should win and they should concede. They're like, oh, well, that's not the solution that I had come up with when I invented the riddle. And you're like, bitch, you had premises 1 through 4, and I just solved them all with my solution. My solution wins. You don't get to say that the answer that you were thinking of is superior when I beat your riddle. But in a game, in a video game or computer game, you don't get that freedom. You don't have that ability to say, I thought differently than the developers, and my answer also wins. Some game companies in more recent years have worked toward giving some of that flexibility. I hear a lot of people laud the different forking of paths that you can do in Baldur's Gate. What was that one noir game that people were saying you could do almost anything in the dialogue trees, or like you could try things with your character that would probably be antithetical to the storyline, and it let you do it. But I can't remember what that one was called. It's kind of like more art design. It's a French studio that made it. I can't remember. Yeah. I have metamorphosed back into Vieira. It was time. It was time. You had a good long run. I'm impressed. I'm surprised that you decided it was ever time to go back, as a matter of fact. I wasn't sure. Maybe your Vieira days were long past. But I, for one, welcome back the old toady. All right. That said, I still want to play this through, and we're still going to play more games after this, including more Cyan games after Myst 5, because I think being somebody who's sort of I don't have the nostalgia wrapped around Cyan games or puzzle games at all, and I don't have the background in this genre, that I can be fair and honest about everything I experience, because I have no memory of this, and I have almost no comparisons in this genre except the few series that we've played through. So I can be pretty open and honest about the things that I think are working great and the things that I feel like are not. Myst 5 so far, visuals are amazing, especially after the dearth of beauty. In Uru had like a couple highlight moments where it's like, oh, Uru's capable of beauty. But not like 5. 5 brings back the beautiful, idyllic and surreal backgrounds. The voice acting is good. The story is mysterious, but it's keeping me plodding along. I feel like it doesn't have enough reveal to have me say much about it yet, but I won't criticize it for being too cryptic. It's just, you know, it's leading me along at a reasonable clip. And the puzzles are whatever so far. Yeah, not the worst out of all the Myst games, but not my favorite so far. Probably should have eased back into the height. Oh, because going from Lala to Bun is a strange feeling. Yeah, I only play tall people in games almost all the time. Although I had a long run in EverQuest 1 as a halfling warrior. That was pretty fun. Being like squat, not the shortest or smallest in the game, but like pretty short. And being like real beefy it's always kind of an interesting feeling. Of course, in that game, like you could be a lot of different classes as one race, but not all of them. There were racial and religious restrictions to what you could be, and I kind of appreciated that more than just feeling like anybody could be anything, because it sort of cheapened any story background you might have, like any sense of identity of why you chose what you chose, if everybody could be everything. And statistics wise, it was not favorable to do so. So there were certain combinations that were possible, but they weren't smart. Like high elves, who were frail but highly charismatic and intellectual creatures, could be paladins, and your charisma helped you land certain paladin spells that relied on wisdom and charisma, but you weren't tanky, you were frail. And so being like sort of a frail paladin was not great, but people could and did do it. You just had to concede that you might not be the best at the game. Biggest obstacle is glams. Oh yeah, they aren't bad on the new but old body. Just feels strange. Sure, you're just not used to seeing it that way after so long. All right. Anyway, we are going to call it a night. I will probably not between tonight and tomorrow's Omori stream, but in the next few days, I will try to look into seeing if I can bring 2K quality back. It just means trying to figure out how to not kill Kick. Trovo seems to absorb the streams at 2K okay, but Kick, it breaks Kick, and I just don't know how to. I feel like I'm dumb for trying to like fix it just because it messes with Kick, but I don't want to like break stuff for the sake of breaking stuff either, and just say, oh, we'll screw this whole platform because I can't get it to work and everybody else gets it to work. Okay. Anyway, if you've been watching on YouTube, Kick, Trovo, we're saying goodnight to you now. Instagram already died a long time ago because they're dumbasses and still won't give me a 4-hour window. If you're safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I will catch you all again tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific for more Omori. We're in a good area, new spot, lots of fun stuff to do. Please join me. And everybody who's watching on Twitch, hang tight because we're going to go find somebody else to raid out to. For everyone else, good night till tomorrow.